Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brenda from Los Angeles. This is going to be a very special live stream, perhaps the beginning of something new and exciting, certainly the beginning of a new era for this channel, because we are going to have lots of great content, lots of different kinds of live streams, and pre-recorded content as well that always start at the heart of a conversation about horology, which has been from the very beginning the core of this channel. The heart of this channel is the passion and knowledge about wristwatches specifically, but about anything horological. This is the beginning of a new collaboration, perhaps, so I won't really belabor it too much and bring my special guest on the panel. We are going to do a preview of the fall auction season in Geneva with the original OC from New York.
What's up?
Hey, OC. How are you doing?
Doing good. It's been a while, but we can't go a single week without seeing each other now, it seems like. The bromance is in full effect.
Yes, we were actually, last time we met, it was in West Hollywood, and we were going to take that picture actually in front of the famous pink wall. But I think you weren't as enthusiastic as I was about that particular backdrop. So we ended up.
I wasn't dressed for it. I wasn't dressed for the pink wall.
Right. We were. I think we were. We chose the right masculine representation for this testosterone-driven, incredible stream.
What are you drinking this? What are you drinking this afternoon?
I am actually drinking tap water to continue my transformation, and since I don't have any drink sponsors on this channel, which I'm sure will come any day with my excessive amounts of subscribers.
Yeah, there's nothing more annoying than someone just dropping a shameless product placement.
Hey, that's Steve McQueen's favorite soda, so we will tolerate that.
What's up? So, I mean, what's interesting is this collaboration was kind of like a spur of the moment type of thing. It's like I'd seen you in New York at Watch Time New York, and we chatted for a brief moment there. And then it's like, hey, I'm going to be in Los Angeles next week. Maybe we'll meet up. And I think I texted you on Wednesday, maybe the day before or Wednesday or whatever. It's like, hey, what are you doing tonight? And you're like, hey, well, I'm busy tonight, but.
What happened? Oh, we are being sabotaged, I think.
It's okay. That means Wi-Fi.
Okay.
So it's like, yeah, so let's meet up for cigars on Wednesday night. And we met up on Wednesday night. Then we had a dinner, I think, on Friday night. And then we went out for cigars then again after that. Then we saw each other on Saturday night for a party that we were at and an after party. And then we met up again on Sunday.
Right. I mean, it was
had cigars again.
You barely spent a day in Los Angeles without cigars and without me.
Kind of weird.
And yeah, I'm very happy about that. It all started actually with your desire to have a photo op, and finally I gave you that, but not without.
That's a great fucking photo, man. And shout out to Rolex. He did that. That's gonna end up in the Smithsonian. That's a cool fucking photo. So
I love that reference as well to the Smithsonian. Shout out to members of the community who actually do have photographs in the Smithsonian. But Rolex was, of course, with us on that last night of cigars, and he did actually capture quite a beautiful picture. A few things. You guys know we are here to discuss the fall auctions in Geneva. As always, I will drop the link. So if you have any burning desire for us to discuss a specific lot, either from the Phillips auction. Let's start with Reloaded, the birth or rebirth of mechanical watchmaking, 1980 to 1999. Or, any other auction. We have all of them lined up with the tabs open in the background. So we are ready to go. I set a humble goal for the first hour. If we get 10 super chats of $2 or higher in the US currency, we will actually do a second hour. And after we bleed into the second hour, after we make it to the second hour, maybe we'll set a new goal. And this is pretty much OC, the feel of this show, right? We will play it by ear, and we'll see where it goes from 1 hour to another, from one episode to another, perhaps.
It could literally go for 24 hours because there's like 1,000 lots. When you combine Phillips and Christie's and Sotheby's and Antiquorum and all the auctions going on this week in Geneva, there's literally thousands of rare vintage watches and modern watches being auctioned off. So if you're not familiar with the auction season in Geneva, do a little quick Google search, like go to Sotheby's.com, go to Christie's, do a search for watch auctions, check out what's going on. If there are any lots that you're interested in, let us know. And guys, super chat the live stream. This is the start of something I think will be fun. The auction season is always fun. And I will probably cover one or more of these auctions live in terms of like when the auction's going on. So get back to doing the live auctions. So, but it's I think and I've said this in social media posts. I think one of the highlights of Los Angeles and New York for me was actually meeting Brando and getting to spend as much time with him as I did. It really was a highlight. We went to 3 separate cigar bars over 3 nights, and plus on an additional night we had dinner. So we spent a lot of time with each other, and a
vegan dinner at that as well. Additionally, yeah.
Do you want to name the name of the place? Do you want to give them a plug?
Crossroads, baby.
Crossroads.
It's the best. They're a little, I'm stingy. You know me. It's kind of in my nature, so to speak. They're a little overpriced, but great food overall. And they have a full menu that's completely vegan, so I have no problem shouting them out. I was thinking, as we gear up, I will read some chats and one super chat that we already have, because there are a lot of people whom I met either in Los Angeles through the Barossa events or earlier in New York City through and around Watch Time New York. So I want to, ABNS92 says, woke up to my alarm just now for this. Get ready. I think we are in for a long stream, as there is lots to cover for sure. Alireza 744, thank you for the super chat. He's also a member of the channel and got a ranch in the chat, which is, of course, a great source of power and responsibility. Good to see you on air. I don't think I qualify in the luxury horological circles anymore. The guy has a platinum continuum from Romain Gauthier, but all right. But I can aspire to #BrandOC, even if Thierry Stern rejects me. That's some great branding, by the way. OC, you just came up with this hashtag on the fly, just like that. Magic.
Well, there's precedent for it, so
there's
previous branding that there used to be Timok, and then there was Kurlock, and now there's Brandock. So it's kind of the third in a trilogy of collaborations.
That's right, man. That's great.
By the way, unfortunately, that super chat doesn't count towards the goal because it was before the goal was enabled. So, guys, we still need to hit 10 super chats in the first hour, and the minutes are ticking by. So we only have 50 minutes left to achieve the goal. So, guys, don't be stingy. It's going to be a good show tonight. Start super chatting. Any amount of super chat counts, I think.
Before that, also, let's hit that like button. I think that we should take for granted. That doesn't even cost anything. Bezos here, unfortunately, he was Not able to make it to Watch Time New York, one of the people I was extremely excited to meet. Thank you, Basil, for your continued support in either case. Logan Hall's Grill Stream says, shout out to Satan.
Satan, yeah, it's me. It's my nickname.
Oh, yeah? Satan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's an interesting one.
There's
Andrew,
a guy named GD who super chats Curly's live stream, and he called my nickname to him is Satan. So I'll go with it. It works.
Satan. Right. Okay. Andrew says, howdy y'all, and Goldfinger is in the chat as well.
Trinidad and Tobago representing in the chat.
Amazing. I met him. Great style, great guy, great taste in watches. And honestly, I also saw him on the second day thereafter. I saw him with his sister, great, beautiful woman as well. And she chided me because I was basically egging Goldfinger on that he does embody what I always wanted to embody, which is a real Bond villain. I love his style. I love his taste in watches. It's great to see him in the chat. Maldives, I heart Maldives. He came in with a super chat right below, so we'll get to that. But this was his suggestion for yet another branding for the show that somehow I represent style and you represent spice. I think we have a little bit of both, but that's already interesting. Just wanted to parse that out.
It's as spicy as the chat wants it to be, because the questions and the topics that you guys want us to cover are going to determine the direction of the show. I mean, do I want to sit here and cover 700 lots from the auction with Brando? I don't know. That might get a little bit boring. So you guys, I'm counting on you guys to help guide the show in the right direction. So fire up the questions, guys.
MCM, I also had the chance to meet him and the missus at the same time on the Watch Time New York City cocktail launch, and saw his beautiful Voutilainen, which you don't see every day, even in these sorts of watch meetups. And he was, that's the kind of thing. Just anecdotally, I will add this: he had just gotten a new strap for it from Cellini, and he was so excited about it. And what he was really excited about was how he was welcomed into Cellini first time he walked into the place, and that they gave him that strap for free.
Amazing, huh?
It's like, it's so easy sometimes for these luxury brands, boutiques, to actually keep their customers happy, and they don't realize that, and unlock potential customers who may not even have done business with them before. And MCM was exactly that. And they have a fan for life. They are now getting free publicity on a live stream. And it's so simple.
Shout out to Cellini Jewelers, guys. They are the best. If you want an independent brand like Laurent Ferrier, Romain Gaultier, Grubel 4C, Arnold & Son, Resonance, anything like that, check out Cellini Jewelers.
Renaud Tixier, for example, whom I both
or Grunfeld. I'm gonna try and pronounce things with it in the native accent, like
Grunefeld, I think.
Grunefeld. Okay, sorry.
Oh, so I don't know. I was just cleaning my throat. I don't know if I even pronounced it right.
Grunefeld.
Is that a name for a watch brand? But MCM, yes, that excitement he had about a new leather strap. That's what I love to see when I meet a collector in real life. That appreciation of little things, of something new just for the sake of it, that instills that passion anymore. That was a great occasion as well.
It was cool. It was cool meeting MCM in person at Watch Time. Cool meeting you, bro.
Captain Kirk, oh my, what a combo. Captain Kirk, it's nice to see you as well. Loose Tooth OC, I think this is code for something, but I will still read it. Did you finally agree to get pizza with OC?
Did we
Actually,
have pizza?
we did. We
We
did,
did.
yes. Vegan
Sure
pizza.
did.
That's what we had. We had vegan pizza in Los Angeles. We could have had pizza in New York, but we had it in Los Angeles. Brody was with us on our first cigar night. That's great. Boston Collector, lovely to see you, Brody, here. And always lovely to see your puppy in the avatar. Boston Collector, good evening, gentlemen. It's nice to see you all. Finally got a classy panelist. I think that's part self-deprecating, perhaps.
By the way, my Wi-Fi is like jumping in and out. So if I freeze or if I get kicked out, I'll jump back in. So don't panic. I'm not going to abandon you. But huge shout out, by the way, to Brody, who organized a big dinner, big New York dinner. I mean, a big LA dinner, and we had cigars that first night at Buena Vista Cigar or something. Buena Vista Cigar Club, right?
Yeah, I think Cigar Club. Buena Vista is the part I know.
Cigar Bar. Buena Vista Cigar Bar.
The owner is Rigo. I mostly remember his name more than anything. But
shout out to Rigo at Buena Vista Cigar Bar on Santa Monica Boulevard, just west of Rodeo Drive. Check it out, guys.
One World Curl brand. Ali Reza says, Ossi's hair looks like it's up late still counting buses.
No, I mean, I could do it. I can do it like kind of flat, but I figured it would be cool to do it spiky today. What do you think? You don't like it? You guys don't like it?
I like it. I don't know. Ali Reza is just
when I was in the 80s, when I grew up in the 80s, man, I had spikes, I had long hair. I looked like Billy Ray Cyrus. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but
does that make me what was that guy?
Garth Brooks?
Little what? Who just collaborated with him on the country song Lil
Nas X.
Lil Nas X. Does that make me Lil Nas X?
I'm surprised you didn't know Lil Nas X because you know your rap.
I mean, Lil Nas X is I don't know. I have no business kicking people out of someone else's culture, so I'm just gonna stop there. Maldives has sent in a super sticker. And
by the way, huge shout out to Maldives. I have on my desk at all times, this special urn that was commissioned by Maldives and sent to me as a gift, and in it is the King Midas.
Wow.
So like Maldives was like so embarrassed that I didn't have the actual Rolex urn that comes with the King Midas. So he actually had this commissioned.
That's amazing.
And it's lined with the green felt. So don't want to dox Maldives here, but yeah, this is handmade and hand painted. Hand painted, guys.
Is it handmade and hand painted in the Maldives?
Maldives can answer that question. I think it is. I think
that would add another layer. By the way, YouTube, get your shit together. I think it only counted the super chat and not the super sticker. So we are still 1 out of 10. MCM sent in $10. We both really enjoyed meeting you guys.
Super stickers don't count, unfortunately.
Basil sent in a super sticker as well, which apparently does not count. Again, I mean, it's
it's all right. We've got 9 to go. We're 1 down, 9 to go.
We appreciate it. In either case, obviously, it still counts on what really counts in this beautiful capitalist system. That's money. So thank you.
But this is an example of how generous Maldives is. It's like he really gives and he supports anybody who contributes content. And by the way, I also have one of these, which is the Maldives limited edition. I think they call this the Noom watch, which was very nicely
with Eastern Arabic numerals.
Yep.
Chronograph.
It's like a Nautilus, but in like black. So shout out. I mean, Maldives is somebody that just amazing guy.
Amazing. So then we have Rick on Watches. Greetings from Florida, the great state of Florida. That began the beginning of wonderful news very recently. Buckley, young Brando, I didn't know you were the famous Lord when we were on the rooftop. Glad OC sent me the link for this show. Have a good show, guys. Yeah,
that's right. We have we have 26 people watching on YouTube and 3 watching on Grindr. Shout
Amazing. The joke was frozen out and cut from the stream, unfortunately. But yes, please hit the like button. All the 28 people watching, that really helps. Buckley, again, like, I guess I have to re-embrace, because as you probably saw, my general attire reflects that pseudo aristocratic appearance as well. I also want to aspire, like Goldfinger, to be a Bond villain. So I guess I can be called whatever you wish.
I'm sending you a note in the private chat.
Cloud Chan says 2 of the best watch community hosts. All right, and I will do that. I think Goldfinger has also yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah. Goldfinger is in an area of the world where he may not be able to super chat due to restrictions. So he very generously sent, I'll just announce it. He didn't say I couldn't. He very generously sent a PayPal directly to young Brando.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Do you want to drop the link to your PayPal, by the way?
Sure, why not? That's in the description, but I should probably do that as well if anyone wishes to do that. And again, if OC you want to drop a link to whatever you wish.
Nothing.
Channels.
Everyone knows who I am, so they're all subscribed to my channel. They all love me.
Yeah, or hate you, but they're subscribed and can't stop watching nonetheless, right?
They're watching. It's all I care about.
The artist, by the way, who made that urn is in the Maldives.
Cool.
Cloud says 2 of the best watch community hosts.
That makes it even more special, actually. The fact that it is from Maldives. Thank you very much, man.
And it is 1 of 1, apparently. So that's great, amazing. Goldfinger, thank you again for your contribution. Basil
to the hate streams.
Basil sent a super sticker and later a chat as well. The chat, of course, always counts, but for the goal to hit, it was $2 minimum times 10. But we are getting there slowly but surely, because St. Peter, who was with me actually in New York in Club Macanudo when OC and his crew were walking in.
Club Macanudo, the site of yet the fourth cigar club that you and I were in together, and that was
that's where you find me. If anyone wants to put a hit on me, they know where to find me. I'll be in a cigar club. But yeah, you saw my placement in that club was extremely strategic. I had the view of everything. I had a guy with me who is even taller and more intimidating than me in St. Peter. So it was great. It was great. It was the best way to welcome the crew.
That was an infamous night. at Club Macanudo.
Logan Hall's grill streams, $2 toward OC's Wi-Fi bill.
Thanks. Yeah.
I'll pass it on to you, OC, next time.
Appreciate it.
Nub Gunner, Lordy Lord, with a whiskey. That's what I like, my man. Thank you so much, and thank you also for sending in the American flag. St. Peter repeats, the haters will never actually own a Patek. That's a great way. Great to finally meet you in person. Yes, Diego, that was great.
It was good. It was good meeting you
back in New York. I had no idea you were there. Did you see the main event that I was where?
At Club Macanudo, when we rolled in like 25 strong into Club Macanudo, and then
what was the main event?
And then after that, the captain and Carl and a whole bunch of the Watch Hangout crew rolled in. We had like 30 people there, and then after that was the where actually Cars and Chrono, Humble Pine, and Tim Wright showed up. I think you had gone by that time, or maybe
I wasn't.
Still,
I wasn't. I saw Tim walk in, and as always, you know, the way that sort of vermin do, he scurried away very quickly. He had all sorts of different ways of avoiding me and approaching me during that week and a half, which, you know, we can get into at some point, but you know, it's there are a few people that I don't like and will never in any way reconcile with or do anything together ever again, and that guy is probably a runners-up in that list. You all know who is number one.
There are people above him.
yeah. There's one person. There's one very special person.
We'll let the audience guess.
Who, by the way, was supposed to be here in Los Angeles, but somehow he didn't show up. I wonder why.
Nobody cared. By the way, you know what's interesting? A fun little fact about Brando and myself, who you previously Lord, is that the first time we actually collaborated together was over 2.5 years ago, when Archie Luxury went to London, and he asked Lord and Marcelo to co-host streams on his behalf while Archie was in London. Now, I was the newbie on YouTube at the time. I had just started jumping on the panels with Archie and Tim Wright, and Marcelo ended up flaking on joining Lord to co-host all those shows. And some of those shows I felt kind of bad, and I actually jumped on and co-hosted a bunch of live streams with Lord on the Archie Luxury channel when I was just a wee little boy on YouTube. And that's how we first started working together over 2.5 years ago, believe it or not.
People remember Brando did all the work, but obviously, you know, what they mean in that is that I did all the technical work and hosting work, and obviously it would have been a much more dire situation if it weren't like people like OC, Mike the Snake, some others that I might be forgetting. I do apologize, but there were a few people who, you know, just dropped in and just chatted about watches, about anything. But I had prepared a lot of material on each. I provided a lot of content, a lot of watch related content, and you guys know I'm not really interested in the rest of it. If drama follows me, I have no problem handling it and taking care of anyone. But I'm here to talk about watches, and that's where it all began. You know, not only our collaboration, but also just my enjoyment of running a live stream. And no matter what happened on that end as well, I would never forget the opportunity, which of course, I was not compensated in any way.
By the way, I'm not being compensated in any way, shape, or form for being on this broadcast. So there you go.
That's true. Yeah. You see how the tables have turned.
Nothing's changed. 2.5 years later, nothing's changed.
Right. It's we, as you know, we basically pick up the worst habits of our mentors. So here we are.
Yes. This was all an attempt by Brando to manipulate me into contributing and volunteering my time for free for hours and hours on his channel.
Yeah. But
there you
go. Don't you think, going back to also what we were saying about MCM and his new strap, and just in general, our interactions in this world, of horology, don't you think just being a normal, socially adjusted, fairly well articulated person gets you pretty far?
You very, very far. And I've long said that the enjoyment and satisfaction of being on YouTube is not the being on YouTube part, but it's connecting with other panelists and people in the chat in the real world and building real world friendships and bonds off the stream. And that's what we've spent a tremendous amount of time doing. And it's paid dividends. You know, those relationships are more valuable than anything. You get to celebrate who those people are, not just the watch hobby, but who those people are and what they mean to you.
Absolutely. And obviously, you know, these events that we had just last month, both in New York and Los Angeles, were a great way of recognizing that, of feeling that once again. And I really appreciate that. Again, you know, whether it is fellow panelists or other people in the industry, it's really simple. Just be a decent person, be friendly to others, go in without any ulterior motive or agenda of generating anything, including drama. But I'm really happy how we got to this place, and hopefully we can go even further. So we have, by the way, by now 5 super chats towards our goal.
Did we read this one? And Dewey super chat towards the late night vegan fund, $20 super chat. Thanks, and Dewey, appreciate it.
And Dear Artifacts, $6.99 Canadian. That puts us all the way closer. That's the best part of all of this, meeting the great people in this community and building lasting bonds. When
Dear Artifacts' father came to New York, we went to Club Macanudo, and
it's great.
I mean, I gotta tell you, the cigar bars are quickly becoming the place for those late night bonding and conversation sessions. So he has the Le Mans. Can you believe that? I mean, we have Marcelo that has a Le Mans, Father Artifact that has the Le Mans, Jeff that has the Le Mans. It's what the hell's going on? It's unbelievable.
I mean, someone has to have them, right? And they're not gonna all go to the bank climbers and Wacos of this world, right?
Thank God. Yep, we're halfway to the goal. We need to hit 10. We need 5 more super chats in the next 26 minutes, guys. I know we can do it, but don't wait. Don't procrastinate. We need 5 more super chats of any size. And
you know, speaking of, I don't know if you have that material at hand, but at least you have some material on your Instagram on this, I know. But going back to that simple idea of, you know, being nice, being gracious, being well-spoken, just being a decent human being and walking into places and perhaps getting exactly what you want. I know when you were in Los Angeles, in Beverly Hills specifically, you had a chance to have a hands-on with a new release that was source of much controversy in these horological streets. where do we start? Where do we start with this story with Cubitus? What is our handle on this, first of all?
Wow. Since the controversy surrounding not only the release, but also Terry Stern's comments in the several interviews that he gave about it, I went back and I watched some interviews that Terry Stern did with other news outlets back in 2021 and 2022. Turns out he's just as arrogant. He was just as arrogant
Yeah.
and egotistical back then as we're coming to focus on now. But in terms of the watch itself, I think the fact that when the leak came out in the digital version of Fortune magazine a couple days before the launch party in Munich, the overwhelming sentiment was, I think this is a hoax, or this is some kind of sick prank that someone is pulling on us. I think that speaks to the fact that people really didn't, at first glance, love the design. They just kind of thought it was a little awkward.
Right. And we remember, by the way,
Featured was the one that kind of 712 with its asymmetrical dials, weirdly placed with, you have this awkward grand date, which is the first use of that complication for them. So I think people have described it as ugly. People have described it as awkward. And I said 2 or 3 months before its release that you're going to look at it and your eyes are going to tell you the truth about what you think of it. And for a lot of people, they're not in love with it, and I can see why.
Look, I think there are a few things I will say about the design itself, and then perhaps we will go back to some of the comments that Thierry Stern had in the wake of the release. And you're absolutely right, by the way. The Stern Jr. did not spend a single interview in the last 3 or 4 years where he didn't diss Audemars Piguet. And I don't necessarily want to single him out, because AP's outgoing CEO as well, François Benamias, he also had a similar attitude about this whole thing. So I don't want to just single him out, but there was hardly a moment, hardly an interview that Stern missed out on without saying something disrespectful about his main competitor, but also, one of the custodians of the watchmaking tradition from the Valley, right? Others might know AP as the Royal Oak brand and as whatever else, but anyone who actually knows a thing or two about watches knows what they represent in terms of horological heritage. So that was, for me, always unseemly to come from someone at the level of the president of the company. Now, there's a lot of marketing material, of course, here, which we are hardly interested in, but I will just go to the stainless steel version simply because it's the easiest one to dissect and gives us basically most of the aesthetic elements of the watch. I'll say 2 things. Look at the bracelet. Many have said, and rightly, that it was replicating. It was repeating the bracelet from Nautilus. And the distinctive thing about the Nautilus bracelet, those high polish center links, have this sort of rounded shape, right? And that
rectangles with rounded corners.
Right, and that basically is something that takes after, that flows with, that aligns with the rounded elements of that design. So when you come up with a new design, and replicate the bracelet, at least in its general outlines, I think it would behoove you to at least touch up those center links so they would, hit the right notes with the rest of the design, which is a much more angular and square-like watch. Osi, I think you had something to add on this in terms of the dial and its furniture as well.
No, I mean, I think you nailed it. I mean, it is the Nautilus bracelet, but it's also the Nautilus dial. It's the Nautilus wings. It's the Nautilus indices. It's the Nautilus hands. So there's a lot. It's almost like the Nautilus XL in a way. Is that make it a bad thing? I don't know, but certainly not revolutionary. It's tough because designing a whole new watch. I mean, you see the criticism that AP got with the 1159. It took them 3 or 4 or 5 years to get it to a point where it's kind of coming into its own. But this is, I don't even know if this is lazy or not, but for him to be talking about this for 2 or 3 years as being, the next major statement in Patek Philippe design. I don't know.
4 by my count, by the way. I think maybe the last 2-3 years more intensely, but I think it has been the last 4 years he has been teasing a new release of an entirely new collection by Patek.
Yep.
We had some other super chats come in the meantime. Dear Artifacts, $6.99 Canadian. Here's another one toward the goal. Thank you so much. Cheers, and thank you for the entertaining conversation. It is our pleasure. Diego, $9.99. Been a while. Can I get a quick current collection update from UIB? That AP was amazing. Of course, I'll get to that right away. Chalk flew up. Hey.
Woo!
See you as well. $50. That's amazing. Great to see you collaborating. Thank you. Well appreciated. I think, did we make it? We are close to the goal.
No, we have two more to go, and we have 17 minutes left. So I think we're going to hit it.
Oh, one more came in. One more came in. So that is, by the way, Andrew earlier, that was his 10th super chat on a live stream of mine. So I appreciate it. CloudCan, $5. Stocks up. China stimulus coming. Trump ending wars. I'll take my chances with a Cubans. Look, why not? Why not? And, I do, to go back to something you, OC said, it is almost like a Nautilus XL. And is that really a bad thing? Now, whatever comments we are making is, of course, from an extremely subjective point, even if we talk about these design elements that don't seem to sit together well, that doesn't necessarily say anything about the future commercial success of this watch. After all, it is, at least at this level, relatively normal sticker price by now for a luxury watch, with the rising prices and the habitual biannual price increases that they have branded themselves around. All luxury brands, by the way. Some even have more. And I'll say this, look, there's a reason why people love the 5990, for example, as a Nautilus, right? It's not only about the utility of the complications, but about the size of the watch. It's a chunk on the wrist, and in many ways quite opposite of what the Nautilus was originally designed for, which was basically a luxury sports watch, which was in these elegant dimensions of a lot of the dress watches that were leaning towards ultra thin. Royal Oak was even more of that, but that's what the Nautilus represented. So there are a lot of people who like the aesthetic, but want a bigger chunk on their wrists. So this might well satisfy them.
Yep. And the dimensions are misleading. It's very similar in almost every single dimension to a 5711, except for the 10-4 diameter, which
which
is I think 3 or 4 millimeters difference, which is a big difference. But
yeah, I mean, 5990 is like 5990 to 5711 to the jumbo is basically what a Royal Oak offshore is to the Royal Oak jumbo extra thin. So it's perfectly normal for a range to grow and evolve in a certain way, and not necessarily always rehearse the same case shape and dimensions. But on that question of the shape, what was truly unacceptable for me was this here. To me, this is the ultimate horological heresy. I think the saying is trying to fit a square peg to a round hole. We kind of have the horological equivalent of that when you have a shaped watch, a form watch, a design watch, and you just slot in a round ready-made movement into it. Again, clearly they have paid some attention onto it, right? With the custom oscillating weight, the winding rotor that has the same
stripes,
gadrons as the Nautilus style. Let's also repeat that. But maybe I'm too spoiled by brands like Jaeger-LeCoultre. Maybe I know too much for my own good, having observed, brands like Lang & Heine to just completely go to the other, to another country and to a different kind of brand where the movement is designed first and the watch comes after. So you have form-fitting movements, you have movements that are made for that watch. Here, you just have a self-winding Patek movement slapped into a new design, and it is out of place. I think this is a big faux pas to have a square watch with a round movement. In olden times, they would at least put like a metal frame around it and have a floral design on it.
Yeah, a square back plate basically, and the movement itself could still be round, but you could give it the illusion of it being square with the back plate.
Right. Nowadays, Patek doesn't even bother to put lipstick on the pig. They just slaughter it in front of your eyes. But yeah, that's my review. Should we just postpone some of this discussion perhaps for a later moment, or do we still want to say something about Stern's remarks to the reactions of the release?
A lot has been said about it, but I don't know. I think emotions tend to run high when you get into it with what he said. It was poor choice of words. It didn't set the right tone, and it came across as a little bit disrespectful to collectors, and it took away from the launch. Yeah, so that's in a nutshell. Those are my sentiments.
I think look, people who are oriented towards the news cycle, people who have a short-term memory, people who operate entirely on the logic of social media might actually say the opposite of what you said, right? It actually intensified the conversation in so many ways. Maybe it gave further publicity to the released product. And there's no, as those people also like to say, there's no such thing as bad publicity, which, being much more long-term oriented and just more historically conscious person, I don't necessarily agree with. Going back to what I said about the kind of representation that Stern gives of himself in these sorts of interviews, I think it's very unbecoming of what he represents, because he represents his family, generations of the Stern family who have owned this company and who have kept it as a family-owned independent operation, which is admirable. He also said in this particular case that he has responsibility 100% for the design, right? Right. Herr Stern, die Cubitus ist die erste neue Kollektion von Patek Philippe seit 25 Jahren. Was ist Ihr Anteil daran?
What, you speak German?
100%, natürlich. So he literally says, my part in the design of Cubitus was 100%. Am Kaliber wie am Design, the movement and the design, 60% of the movement, 100% of the design. So this is the kind of responsibility and representation he has.
Which, by the way, even if that were true, isn't the correct thing to say publicly, because you want to reward the team and the entire company. You want to make it seem like a team effort to bring this to market. And I don't know why anybody would say, I'm 100% responsible for the design. I would have said something like, listen, we have an incredible team of people who work passionately to design the most exquisite timepieces, and this was a labor of love for everybody at Patek Philippe. We worked on it for years. He doesn't have to say it was his baby. He's tone deaf when he does something like that. It turns off the people who are Patek Philippe's biggest proponents. So it's just a missed opportunity on his part. Even if it's real, even if that's the truth, it's something that he shouldn't be saying.
And also, you said it from a much more, graceful standpoint, really, OC. I'll just add a pragmatic aspect to it, or layer to it. You want plausible deniability. No, I mean, the pragmatic thing to say is also, yes, I was part of the conversations that came up with this revolutionary design that I believe in 100%. And I take responsibility of that. However, like you said, we have a professional design team. And I hope, by the way, that's the kind of worry I sometimes have. I'm not going to say it keeps me up at night, but I do care about fine watchmaking. I do care about Swiss watchmakers. So I kind of wonder sometimes from the moves they make, both from a design standpoint and a marketing standpoint, that do these people actually have dedicated departments and professionals in-house that do these kinds of things? And if they do, are these people, like you said, well taken care of from a moral standpoint, from a morale standpoint, and are they being paid enough? I mean, the leak in and of itself, right? If it's intentional, that's one thing we can discuss in other way. But you are planning this release for 2, 3, 4 years by whatever count. And you have a big release party scheduled in Munich for Thursday. And you buy this ad from a major magazine. How do you not include them in your embargo? Like, how do you not alert them? Hey,
yeah,
perhaps for this issue, wait until the thing goes out. So not everyone has a PDF of our advertisement in advance of our own announcement. So actually it puts into doubt in my mind whether they have a marketing department at all, or how functional it is, or is it being cannibalized by Stan himself, whether they have a design department, and whether it's allowed to do its own job, so on and so forth.
Yeah, to me, it really brings up questions about their command structure and their decision making process. Because the more you read, the more you listen to how he runs his company, he seems to surround himself with a very small inner circle of yes men, and he tends to dictate almost unilaterally what the design direction of something is going to be, and he forces people to fall in line. It's like, listen, we're coming out with a square watch, that's it, and it's going to be, and I want it to be a derivative of the Nautilus, and your job is to execute. And no one feels the culture is you know, the culture unfortunately is one where others don't feel comfortable. Either they don't feel comfortable coming to him and saying, hey, let's look at a whole variety of different designs, or if they do, those designs are being shot down, and he, in a very autocratic way, is pushing his agenda. So I'm not concerned for the future of Patek Philippe. Does it slightly bother me that you have an autocrat in charge of the company basically dictating what's going to happen to this beloved brand? I think a lot of Patek Philippe lovers and enthusiasts are concerned.
But by the way, that's a lot of times what drives innovation. I mean, there's so many stories of Audemars Piguet, for example, where the watchmakers are kind of doing their own thing on the side, and then present it to the CEO as like, hey, we were just working on this complication. What do you think? And the guy has no idea where like, some of the watchmakers in the complications department have been working on something for 3 years, because they're given that kind of freedom, because that is their domain, that's their expertise, and it's okay to leave things for their expertise. Captain Kirk is, by the way, saying maybe he's taking the blame. That could have been an explanation if the tone of the larger interview was about taking blame and responsibility.
But it wasn't. Yeah.
The title says everything, and I chose the German version not only because I love showing off just another language I know, but also because the word haters is included in the German, right? So if this interview was conducted in German, I'm not sure about that. It could have been conducted in German and then translated back to, if it could have been conducted in French and translated into German for Bilanz, which is a Zurich-based German language finance newspaper. I think it comes out every other week or something. However, I think it's still significant, right? That he would adopt this word. Haters are like, first of all, the people who criticize the Cubitus are haters, and those haters are largely the kind of people who never had a Patek, and they never will, as if we were in the universe of that marketing slogan.
Yeah. Right? And so you're saying that the watch industry press didn't make up a translation and falsely attribute it to Terry Stern. We're not all being manipulated by YouTubers.
Nope.
Brando.
He has actually chosen his words carefully, and the word he came up with was a hater. So he has basically the emotional maturity of Waco in terms of how he reacts to the criticism of a release.
Shout out to Waco and Revolution. By the way, did we cover Captain's super chat?
No, which helped us, by the way, reach our goal. So we are going for the second hour. 199, Jordan Pippen, Shaq Kobe, and now Brand OC or Brand OC.
We did it. We hit 10 super chats in the first hour, which unfortunately means your punishment is you have to suffer through listening to another hour.
Yes, and there is another goal. Should you want another hour, and I'm putting that now. Now it's 5 super chats of $5 and higher for the next hour for a third hour of actual auction coverage.
Yeah, by the third hour, we might actually get to some auction lots.
Logan Hall reminds me, by the way, very kindly for addressing Diego's question, and I won't show the watches one by one because I want to reserve that for another content, and some of them need service, and in fact, like hands falling off and stuff. So it's not everything that can be shown off. But Diego himself knows that I have a Breguet Type 20, the reference 3800, Aeronaval, the no-date version of the previous revival, the kind of one of the Big Daddy pilots chronographs. He has also himself mentioned my AP, which is a Royal Oak reference 14800, the only Royal Oak reference that has been originally designed to be exclusively worn on a strap. I don't get rid of watches, so I have everything else that I've always had. I'm wearing my 5513, my Submariner, which was once my dad's. I have my root beer 1675-3, the transitional model that still has the nipple dial, two-tone, which really makes my real self shine, and which is a watch that taught me to appreciate haters, because I acquired it at a time where two-tone watches were actually just
not in vogue.
I mean, not in vogue would be, what? First of all, I'm talking about a time where watch collecting wasn't cool, right? It was slightly more tolerable than just sitting in a train station and watching trains go by. It was like basically one of the worst forms of being an anorak, as people call it in the UK. I had, at least by my count, face-to-face experience, at least 3 girls who kicked me to the curb the minute they realized that I collect watches. Now they're like, oh, is that an AP? Is that a play? People love watches these days. This is a time where watch collecting was, first of all, beyond the pale.
Well, is that a Breguet is something that no girl has ever said. So is that an AP? I believe.
Yeah, that's true.
No girl has ever said. No girl has ever said, "Oh, is that a Breguet?"
You're right. You're absolutely right. But anyway, so root beer, right? Without going into too much of a digression, I have a Datejust, again a 5-digit, but still from that era where they had an acrylic crystal. So we can count that as another true vintage watch, 16014, all steel with the fluted white gold bezel, silver linen dial. I love that thing. I have my 16570 Explorer 2 with the Polar. I have my 16710 Coke GMT Master 2. We counted already the Breguet Type 20. You guys also know probably that I have my Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso Grand Date, the Grand Date Reverso. On the bigger side, on the thicker side.
He has way too many watches, guys. Way too many watches.
That's true. I'm trying to give value for money here. see, I know I talk too much and I'm long-winded, but I have
Oh.
to go through everything on this one. We counted the Royal Oak. I have 40s chronograph, Le Mania, with the CH27, which was, as you guys know, the base of many hand-wound chronograph movements, and even Patek perpetual calendar chronographs, but most importantly, perhaps to a lot of the geeks among us, Omega 321, the watch that went to the moon. And am I leaving out anything? Yeah, of course I am. I have my Daniel Roth retrograde Premier, with the electric blue dial, or Yves Klein blue dial. Their classic double ellipse case, which was modified for this particular stainless steel execution, with a retrograde hour hand and a date indicator. Then I have on the full bracelet the Jarajanta Arena Sports Jump Hour. And I think that covers it.
It's a long, long list, my friend. Very long list.
That covers it. Yeah, I need more. I need more. Never enough. I always need another one, as my favorite Palestinian personality, DJ Khaled, says.
Guys, we have 46 upvotes. Let's get to 50 upvotes on the live stream. How is that even possible that we have 46 upvotes when we only have 30 people watching? But that's amazing nonetheless. Let's get to 50 upvotes, guys.
Some people gave it in advance, as I asked for and posted the link ahead of time. So I appreciate it. No funny business going on this channel, but I appreciate the insinuation. OC, Basil's Bezels, $2 super chat.
Super chat. Thank you for your very generous contribution to the hate streams, Basil's Bezels. By the way, and congratulations to Evan H, Turtle Knight, Mookie, JL, and Fat Windbag Ben, proud new recipients of.
And yeah, Basil gave 5 gift memberships to the channel. That gives you access to some exclusive content. Evan H, whom I also had the pleasure of meeting in person at Watchtime New York. Great guy. We share a lot of passion for some brands together, including New Balance sneakers. Turtle Knight, Fat Windback Ben, Mookie, and JL. Are you still there?
Yep. Proud new members of the Young Brando Watches and Style channel, courtesy of Basil's Bezels.
All right. So shall we maybe get into some of this auction discussion? Because there are a lot of.
If we don't, the auctions are going to close without us having a chance to even cover any of the lots. So we probably should.
By the way, we still are 0 out of 5 for our goal for this hour. At least $5 of super chats. 5 of those. Let's see if we will actually get them. But I thought we would start with Reloaded, the Rebirth of Mechanical Watchmaking. You guys know the rules. I posted the link in the chat, so feel free to browse at your own pace. And if you want us to pay particular attention to any one of these watches, just send in the lot number with a super chat and we will get to it. Since I talked too much, OC, I want to start with a watch of your choice from this auction. That's going to happen on November 8th, this Friday in Geneva.
Did I send you one in advance?
Not from this selection, I think, or am I forgetting?
I don't think I did. Let me double check. No, but you know what's interesting, Brando, is I actually viewed, Buckley and I went to Phillips in New York where they were doing the viewing for this what's it called, Reloaded, or the Reloaded auction, and we saw all of
Reloaded.
these pieces, in person.
Okay. So
And
what?
one of the pieces that is interesting that I got to handle, actually see and handle in person, was the lot number 27,
Mhm.
which is, I think, going to be one of the stars of this auction. It is the precursor to the Rainbow Daytona. This was a watch that was commissioned for some kind of Arab sheik or some Arab prince or something along those lines. And he
Mhm.
wanted it done with this kind of bezel. And this was done way before Rolex had ever considered doing anything like this. And then it turns out a decade or two later, they took inspiration from this one-off, one-of-one unique piece that was commissioned, and they actually turned it into a production model of the Daytona. So this has historical significance in the sense that it was the inspiration for the modern Rolex Daytona Rainbow.
Amazing. It's an amazing story, and it is their cover girl, so to speak. This kind of pre-Rainbow Daytona. I think they actually filmed like a commercial style video for it. Even Phillips may have already released it, I think, on their platforms. So if you want to check that out, please do. This is lot number 27.
Yep.
Go ahead.
No, any further comment on this one?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I mean, maybe we covered it. It's first of all, it is a zenith movement, right? It belongs to that 5-digit generation of caliber 430 powered Daytonas. It's from around 1994, so precedes by quite a while the serial production pieces. And like OC said, it is set to have, in fact, been the inspiration of the rainbow pieces that have come after Rainbow Daytonas specifically. And in fact, that is encrypted in the reference number for this watch, which is 16599 SAAAC, and that's Saphir Arc-en-Ciel, which in fact means literally a rainbow made out of sapphires in French. So this is the OG Rainbow Daytona, and a dial encrusted with diamonds, brilliant cut sapphires for hour markers, 8 in all, and the gradient, finely picked rainbow of sapphires, which still remains, I think, kind of a Rolex signature, even though other brands have used similar aesthetics, and even probably the same gem setters and sources as well. But Rolex was, in many ways, ahead of the curve with this one.
Yep, and this is definitely the star of the upcoming auction, and they expect to fetch in the neighborhood of $3.5 million for it. So we shall see.
We shall see indeed. That is right here. From 1994, lot 27, the original Rainbow Daytona, where the name comes from. I didn't actually realize they were doing a preview of these in New York. I would have checked it out, but then again, I'm.
I think it was the week. It might have been the week before. It was like to the Tuesday before, I believe. Watch Time New York.
Ah, I see. So maybe
Yep.
it was already, the circus had already left town.
Yep.
By the time I arrived. Okay, so
I have a couple other pieces that I think are
yeah,
kind of interesting to me personally in this
that's all that
lot.
matters. Oh, see, but
By the way, this particular auction is taking place on the 8th of November, so just 2 days from now. If you've been paying attention to Instagram, like the watch social media influencers who are you may follow, I'm talking to the audience now. You may notice that a lot of them arrived in Geneva today or yesterday, and that's because Phillips, Antiquorum, Sotheby's, Christie's are all doing their big fall auctions in Geneva this week. So Geneva is the place to be, and this auction is taking place on Friday. And we may cover it live. I may cover it live. Never know.
that would be great. Actually, I'll try to be at least in the chat if and when that happens. You did say that you were interested at least in a couple more.
Yeah, I personally, I'm fascinated by lot number 39 because it looks very similar to my recently acquired Patek Philippe 5396, and I also am curious about lot number 41, which is I mean, all this talk about Nautilus recently, and so I'm going to actually toss it to you to talk a little bit about lot number 41.
Should I start
Do this one
with?
first. Start with this one first because
Yeah,
if you look at my Patek Philippe 5396 annual calendar, you see looks very similar in design layout
that's
to
true.
to this reference, and I'm not familiar with this one, but
Would you would you
it's
like
classy
me
looking.
to
Yeah, please tell.
would you like me to pick it up from here? So
Please.
the Patek had in 3449 and 3448 and 3450, basically their first generation of self-winding perpetual calendars. These were two watches, and their difference is basically simply that porthole opening for the leap year indicator at 3:30. 4448 does not have that. So 4448 was the first Patek perpetual calendar that had an automatic movement. So for that reason, if anything, it is quite important in the history of Patek. So, and its design has been an inspiration for a lot of current items in the catalog. Of course, the annual calendar you showed just now is a great example of that. Its case, which the Italians call padellone, like for a big frying pan, because these were gigantic at the time at 37 millimeters with a big dial that is framed with that distinct bezel as well.
Is that a nickname? Is that a nickname or an actual model name, or is it just
No, a nickname came, Italian
nickname?
collectors came with padellone, but it does speak to the fact that these were pretty oversized for their time. And that case shape was actually used for the 5235, which first came out in white gold and then later and currently is offered in pink gold in the current lineup. Like if you look at the shape of this case, especially if we find
if you look at the lugs, yeah.
So that was taken up from precisely the 3448 and its adjunct, its closely related reference 3450. which has the additional leap year indicator at 330. I think beautiful, timeless design that still informs Patek's catalog today in more ways than one.
Yep. And this was before they introduced an annual calendar. The annual calendar, I think, came out approximately a decade later. So, but it's amazing how this looks almost identical to the annual calendar model.
Yeah, I mean, Patek came up with that complication in 1996, so it took a while for them. But yes, absolutely, the design is one-to-one replicated, and again, it speaks to your eye, OC, to have immediately noticed that. Evan H, thank you for being here. Great catching up in NYC 1999, which gets us one step closer to our next goal. Thanks again for getting me behind the ropes with some cool brands. Hey, again, it's not a special skill. Just be a decent person, presentable. Don't shout at people with, stupid GoPro camera in your hand. Approach them like a fellow human being, and they open doors for you. Evan specifically talks about the conversations we had with Xavier, Chapek's CEO, who literally talked us through the entire catalog of their offerings and their novelties, precisely because we had the heart-to-heart conversation just the night before, where he told me about the Chapek watches he wore last summer, because he is that kind of guy. Again, extremely cool brand. I don't own anything by them just yet. I don't have any other kind of relationship to that brand except for the warm welcome and the great watches that I had handled in person. Bezos bezel, by the way, $5 for another perpetual calendar.
Cool. We're three away, 3 super chats away, $5 or more, please, from hitting the goal. We got 30.
And he's saying, by the way,
minutes.
Still can't believe I missed the Rubato pop-up. That's again, that's a clothing brand that we both have a penchant for. They were in New York City at that time. Two guys from Stockholm who, again, are great people, great product to offer as well. At that level where they aspire to quite luxury, but at a much more affordable price point. Still, can be quite spendy, but again, they have great suppliers, great pieces when it comes to, really any menswear area you can think of, from knitwear to pants to shirts. And I think in the past they have even collaborated on shoes with certain people. And St. Peter is a big fan of the 5235R, not for the haters. Mm-hmm. Amazing. And Captain sent in a member super chat because he has been a member of this channel for 14 months. Can you imagine? Lot Amazing. 22 or lot 48. We will choose one of them, but we want to close the discussion on this. 3450, again, beautiful piece from 1984. My birthday.
And just real quick, the estimate on this piece is 175 to 350,000. So I wanted to get your sense of, based on the historical significance, is that justified? It's pricey.
Yeah, there are not many examples of these pieces, OC, and that in and of itself, beyond geeking out about its place in horological history and in Patek's history as the first automatic perpetual calendar and whatever else, they're only less than 250. I think maybe less than 240 even. I don't remember the exact number. So that is reflected in that estimate. I think it was only made from 1981 to 1985, which makes this one a relatively late production. Yeah, I think that's fair. The estimate is 175,000 to 350,000 US dollars, which means that it can sell for right at that point, or maybe slightly less than the minimum of that estimate. The next one.
Can I pick? Can we just go to one of Captain's choices in the interest of time?
Because you had asked for 41, no?
Yeah, ask for 41. We can circle back to it if we want to, but I think let's pick 48, lot 48, which is a Vacheron Constantin kind of open work skeleton.
Beautiful. Speaking of, you have just mentioned how, especially in today's market, right? How that estimate for the Patek 3450 kind of scared you off in the lot that we were looking at before. Vacheron is usually on the other end of the spectrum. So from this so-called neo-vintage era, 1980 to 1999, as they established in this auction. Great idea, by the way, right? Rebirth of mechanical watchmaking, how the Swiss mechanical watch was genuinely reinvented as a luxury product, as an artifact of artisanal crafts. And Vacheron has produced some of the best examples of that, yet a lot of their watches, especially the simple, elegantly designed, time-only pieces, remain excessively underrated by the market. Everything else, including these sorts of complicated models, is, comparatively speaking, a bargain, right? When you put it next to its contemporary Patek examples, even more so sometimes with APs, because vintage AP especially, when it comes to certain kinds of complications, can be quite tricky. Neo-vintage AP has a counterpart to these that do offer a lot of value in terms of references, 5548 and 25548 as well. Vacheron is great at this particular point. So putting it next to lot 39, this is what Captain has suggested we review. This is
real quick on this Vacheron. If you're a fan of this style of watch from Vacheron, I recommend that you follow on Instagram or on their website Watch Brothers London, which is a UK-based secondary dealer. And actually, I'm going to drop the link, not in the chat, but in the private chat for you, Brando, just to pull it up real briefly.
Sure. And St. Peter, honest question, PP lover, a better handle than PP hater? Well, I mean, both sound incredibly sexual to me, but I don't know, maybe my mind is in the gutter. But thank you for the super chat, which I think gets us closer to our goal.
We only need two left. We only need two more super chats, $5 or more, and we have 30 minutes to do it. So I have every confidence that we'll be able to do it. But the Watch Brothers London is a retailer. I purchased my King Midas from them, and they pretty much it was end to end, no flaws in their service. But if you go to their website, you'll see that they specialize in Vacherons and brigades with this exact look and complication. Basically, these perpetual calendars with the 4-dial layout. And so they always get a steady stream of these flying into their inventory.
And
so I would highly recommend if you like this particular style of watch to pay attention to them.
That by the way, I realize that was also your source of the earlier comments. No, no woman say, is that a brigade on your wrist? But Watch Brothers would. Watch Brothers, in fact, would.
Can you pull up that website real quick?
As I drop that link in the chat, actually, I will pull it up as well in a moment. But let's say a few things about this watch that we are looking at first. Beyond being a beautiful perpetual calendar, again, like just that font itself screams to me late 80s. It's beautiful
and highly legible.
And look at the gold dust for the starry sky as the backdrop for the moon phase indicator as well at 6 o'clock. And yes, for an open worked watch, for the style, it's an extremely legible watch. The case itself looks, again, pretty well preserved with teardrop style lugs.
Wow, look at that engraving.
And it is, again, true open worked watch. Every element of the movement itself, all the bridges, including the oscillating weight, is open worked and then also engraved. Remember, this is also an ultra thin watch because it builds on that same legacy movement, JLC 920, that is almost immediately recognizable to dorks like me at first sight from its architecture. For everyone else, if you don't care about anything else, the legacy, the heritage, it makes for a self-winding but an extremely thin and sleek dress watch. So you have the benefit of that. 36 millimeters in diameter, extremely wearable, beautiful dress watch that has that sort of industrial look in yellow gold for this Vacheron Constantin reference 43032. So let's take a look.
And the estimate is quite reasonable, $23,000 to $47,000 US.
That's where we are. This was lot 48, and thank you, Captain, for being such a valuable member of the community and for being a member for 14 months. Dr. Bob's Nightmare, thank you for the super sticker. We appreciate it. 99 cents. Again, everything is appreciated, but for this hour's goal, the $5 is the cutoff, and the stickers, for whatever reason,
don't count.
Don't count towards that, and that's YouTube, right? That's not me. I mean,
nope.
I haven't. I'm just using this goal count and super chat count function for the first time, by the way. So we are figuring it out as we go.
Here's a perfect example, like featured on the homepage here.
Coming soon. But yeah, I mean, look, for anyone who loves the brand imagery, look at that open worked rotor.
Cross.
Yeah, that puts into sharp relief that Maltese cross. If you love Vacheron Constantin, you'll love an open worked piece by them. And you see, I mean, OC doesn't get compensated for
nope.
this, doesn't plug his own channel, but plugs a dealer, again, that treated him well, that simply allowed him to have a watch that he liked. At a
Here's one
price
that's
that was reasonable.
non open work, just a traditional white dial there. But yeah, they tend to, for some reason, Ben Dunn, who runs Watch Brothers London, they tend to specialize or focus on this particular style of watches.
Bezos $5. Can we please pull up a lot of watch reporters choosing YB? And he said lot 37. Let's do that. And Cloud Can says $5. Thoughts on Vacheron Constantin CPO disaster or something they know and we don't. That's okay. That's a kind of conversation we can dedicate an entire episode to. So I'm not gonna go for too long on that. But Vacheron Constantin always had a CPO program already in-house that they called by a French name, Les Collectionneurs. It was basically models that they have themselves acquired on the secondary market that were probably not of a particular kind of historical importance for their own museum or anything, that they refurbished and sold to their customers with, I believe, a 2-year manufacturer guarantee. So now that the big brother, I know a lot of people hate to admit this, but now that the big brother of the watch industry, Rolex, has introduced their CPO program, everyone is coming out of the closet, right? Vacheron Constantin,
so to speak.
No, exactly. Vacheron Constantin always had a CPO program. It was just not branded this way. So on one level, it's simply a rebranding for what they already specialized in and had in-house. Expect the same kind of plaudits and complaints about them as you hear about the Rolex CPO, the watches that they have secured, they have sourced, and they have refurbished, and that they sticker with their own warranty and present with their usual accoutrement, will be much more expensive than the average market price, considerably more expensive than the best deals you can find on the market. But some people prefer that. I know, in fact, people who have themselves sourced some great pieces. Gary Getz, a friend of mine and legendary collector, himself, for example, got a triple calendar Vacheron Constantin and then had it rehauled by the manufacturer. No.
For fuck's sake, this is a long answer. Jesus Christ. It's Vacheron Constantin. They're doing a CPO program. They saw what Rolex did. They're emulating it. They're part of Richemont Group. So they're leveraging the watch finder resources that they have to authenticate and service watches. Now they have their own program. Whoop-de-fucking-do. By the way, AP's not far behind. AP has been working for over 2 years on their certified pre-owned program.
Right.
They just hired...
They have been working with Material Good that operates out of New York City and some other East Coast locations already.
But they're about to launch their official one. They just hired an executive from Vacheron Constantin to actually run it, and he's being onboarded as we speak. So I would imagine that over the next quarter or two that you'll see AP roll out theirs, and it's just par for the course. These guys want to get their fair slice of the secondary market sales. There you go.
Amazing. Thank you for summing me up. I genuinely appreciate that. Yeah, whoop-de-fucking-do is a good...
whoop-de-fucking-do. Captain, $5 super chat. Let's exceed the goal. Captain was the fifth of the fifth super chat required to hit the goal for this hour. We did it. Thank you, Captain.
We did do it. So it is going to extend into the third hour, which is... I think I got that much of a promise from OC. I'm glitching here.
So far we've covered 3 of 917 lots. Let's
we
keep.
are on our way. I mean, we had a good conversation. I think we gave some value, and we still have to, by the way, pull up lot 37. In the meantime, I'm setting another goal. This will be for the 4th hour. If OC croaks, I will still be here.
What does it have to be a 4th hour? Why can't it be something else?
Well, what does it? What can
How about if we do 5 super chats of $10 or higher,
Yeah.
we will collaborate again on another live stream sometime within the next 2 weeks. How about that?
That's great.
But they have to be
works.
$10 or higher super chats.
All right, 5 of them or 10 of them? What did you?
I don't know. I'll leave that to you. I'll leave that to you.
Okay, so let's do that. Our new goal is 10 super chats of $5 an hour, $5 or higher.
Sure.
In the next hour, and if that comes in, OC and young Brando, or since I'm almost 40, maybe Lord Brando will collaborate on another occasion in 2 weeks. We'll collaborate again.
It's good because on the next collaboration I get 75% of all the super chats, so that'll be awesome.
I have not agreed to that, but we will talk. We'll talk. We will talk. So in the next hour, if we get 10 super chats of $10 or higher, is that what I set as the goal?
I think
or $5 or higher. I said.
Yeah, you did 10 super chats.
Oh yeah, 10
teal super chat. Okay.
Okay, $5 or higher of.
I'm 10. A cheap date.
So we'll set that as our goal, and we will continue our auction coverage with a watch reporter's choice of 37.
Yikes.
We were speaking of AP's answer to this genre, which is 5548, which, according to certain narratives at least, is the watch that saved Audemars Piguet through some dire times, specifically in this era of the 80s. It was a perpetual calendar that they produced serially using that same ultra-thin base from Gégé Lecoutre that we just talked about, looking at the Vacheron Constantin piece. But this is, of course, a version of that watch, of that same idea, at a much more extravagant, flamboyant, and luxurious level. You said yikes, OC.
Yikes,
so
yes.
Let's hear it.
No, it's just my gut tells me whether or not I like it. This is very visually unattractive to me. It looks like an upside down Daytona with black onyx bezel. If you turn this upside down, flip, you can't do that, but imagine, to everybody at home, take your computer or whatever you're watching, your phone, and turn it upside down, and you'll see a Daytona with the black onyx bezel. It's ugly. It's ugly.
So St. Peter, by the way, thank you for $199. King out of the closet. Plebs will follow. Rolex comes out. Can
we quickly pivot to lot 41, because that's a Nautilus 3800, and there's so much attention on the Nautilus these days. Let's just, we don't need to talk. This is ugly. Come on, let's just pass.
All right. Quickly just so you guys know, if you want a plain Jane version of this, that is actually a great deal on the secondary market. You would be looking at 5548 or 25548. Great watch for the money. But yes, this is a little too flashy, even for my liking. We're looking now at the mid-sized Nautilus, all in 18 karat yellow gold. Beautiful piece. This is lot 41 for a.
So this isn't the jumbo.
No, this is reference 3800 line 1J. So the mid-sized version.
They had a bigger size at this time, or was this the biggest size you could get at this time?
Well, 3700 is what they had.
Okay, this is the 3800. So this is a 37.5 millimeter case.
Yeah, instead of the 41.
Oh, okay. So they had a 41 size at this time, back in the
40,
in the
41,
80s?
Depending on where you measure it, but that's what the jumbo was, what 3700 was.
Okay, got it. So this is the mid-size version.
Yeah,
and it came with a gold dial.
That's true. I'm not sure if it is actually a gold dial. It is a Sigma dial, as they call it, which is code for the gold furniture, meaning the gold hour markers and gold hands and whatever else. But I'm assuming the dial itself is simply a champagne dial, probably out of a brass base, unless the lot description says something different.
It does not.
Yeah. But yes, this is actually, look, for me, I'm not a huge fan of the Nautilus design. And to me, for the jumbo, those big ears really stick out. 3800 being a more streamlined and compact design sits better on my wrist, at least from my perspective. And I do have skinny wrists, so take that with a grain of salt. I like watches that take the principle of integration to, as far as they can. So for me, if we are gonna kind of break the canon, so rather than stainless steel blue dial for that classic 70s Jaragenta inspired look, this is great, right? Because you complement that yellow gold with champagne colored dial, which gives you all this, in this case, very luxurious, but also in a way, monochromatic feel.
Yeah, unified and monochromatic. You're right, and that's what drew my. First of all, that's what drew my attention to it, and then the second thing was the condition, which this was serviced in 1989, and it looks like it was serviced and then put away somewhere and not touched at all because it looks absolutely pristine. And if you look at some of the, I think it's a picture of it where you see the whole bracelet, and it looks like it's factory fresh. It looks really, really good.
Actually,
the only thing that
slight correction there, OC. It was serviced. It does come with service papers, but it was actually bought at 1989.
Oh,
comes
okay.
with the original invoice from that. Service papers are perhaps a little later, but yeah, the conditions look impeccable.
Right. Yeah, the condition looks really, really good. And to a point that was brought up in the chat, the only thing that drives me nuts about it is that ugly white date wheel that sticks out like a sore thumb, in this beautifully monochromatic, unified design.
Speaking of people who always have the right thing, this is what I Heart Maldives just sent me.
Nice.
Beautiful. What I really like in his collection, as far as Nautiluses go, is the 3712, which is a precedent to the Nautilus moon phase that still exists in the catalog, the 5712. That's my favorite Nautilus of I Heart Maldives, but these look quite nice as well. So going back to the Lot 41. It does have, all the kind of everything that it should come with: certificate of origin, the original invoice, service papers. And I mean, look at the crispness of those hallmarks and everything. It does look like it was preserved.
It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
And the pre-auction estimate for this piece is somewhere around $47,000 to an amount in excess of $93,000. We get rid of some trash in the chat.
Yeah, that's Watch Reporter, by the way. That's Watch Reporter's alternate account. So,
oh yeah,
it's really disgraceful.
Is that
why would you want to poison the chat with that kind of garbage? Watch Reporter. I mean, please.
I mean, I never understood why those kinds of people, at any rate, frequent.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'll say this, even though I'm a special guest on this channel: super chat, or shut the fuck up. Watch Reporter.
He was piggybacking on someone else's super chat anyway, yeah. So that person can decide whether I provided value for money for that super chat. If you super chat yourself, Watch Reporter, you can decide whether I gave enough value to that. Any other watches that you had in mind for?
Not in this particular auction.
Not in this particular auction. I do want to pull up at least one of them, a personal favorite that I also took the liberty to put on our thumbnail too. This watch, of course, from a design standpoint, already I think is quite remarkable. It was designed by one of the most important proteges of Gerard Genta, Jacqueline Dimier, who was head of design at AP for decades. It takes its inspiration after an Egyptian relief that depicts the pharaoh Akhenaton and his wife Nefertiti, kind of, the version of a precursor to monotheism, you might call it, but it was the sun god, right? The tourbillon itself that is placed at 11 o'clock here represents the sun. The dial reflects those rays. This particular version of it is actually complemented by mother of pearl inlays to give particular look to those rays. It's a platinum version. This was also offered, I would say actually primarily offered, in yellow gold. The presentation case itself foregrounds those elements, that Egyptian or Egyptomanic, you might say, inspiration of the design. But that's just the aesthetic perspective. In terms of the technological achievements of this piece, it is the first self-winding tourbillon watch, uses a hammer system that peaks out at around 6 o'clock, so that AP logo that would oscillate is not just an aesthetic detail, but the hammer winding system of what was the world's first self-winding tourbillon. It was also for a long time the thinnest one. The tourbillon cage itself is made out of titanium, extremely light and therefore beautifully efficient. And the thinness of the piece, once again, what looks like an aesthetic detail, that constellation of the rubies on the back, is actually not merely an aesthetic detail, because that is the back plate of the movement doubling as the case back, which allows this watch to maintain that particular thinness. And here you see at least part of that booklet that the watch comes with that reflects the Egyptian inspiration. Beautiful piece in yellow gold, as it is in this platinum example with mother of pearl inlays on the dial that depict sun rays emanating from the tourbillon cage placed at 11 o'clock. And this piece comes with its original set of accessories from around 1990, with an estimated value that ranges from 23,300 to 46,500.
Interesting conversation piece for sure.
Damning with faint praise. Show some excitement, OC. Come on.
Yeah, that's. I mean, for an AP enthusiast, it's a very cool piece, and affordable.
Relatively speaking, yeah, you're right. You're right. And honestly, you could.
It's a platinum tourbillon.
Right, and also, like, again, very thin, very discreet, very elegant. It's the kind of piece that no one but the geeks will recognize, or perhaps people who are manic about Egypt. They might take a different kind of interest in it. And in yellow gold, even though the production numbers are not really high and they don't come to the market all the time, it is a pretty attractive deal. But in platinum, it's particularly exquisite. This is lot 43, reference 25643, the Tourbillon Automatique by Audemars Piguet. Why don't we move on to the next auction then, if you don't have any particular requests from this? Do you want to do the broader Phillips auction? Do you want to switch gears to Christie's or Sotheby's?
Well, if we don't cover Phillips, then that auction is actually Saturday and Sunday. Then we probably won't have a chance to review it. And there are 134 lots, and there's a lot of heavy hitting pieces there, including a lot of cool Daytonas and a lot of interesting Patek Philippe's, including, for example, a 3448.
So would you,
or 334, which is the perpetual calendar, the previous one that we showed earlier, similar to that one.
3450 or 3448?
3448, yeah. So there's,
yeah, go ahead.
There's some cool, there are some cool pieces. Maybe if you want, you could sort high to low in terms of the estimate, and that way you could browse a few rows and leave it up to the, maybe you drop the link in the chat. That's cool. And then for a $5 super chat or higher, if anyone has a particular lot that they want us to highlight, we can bring it up, because there's 134 lots here.
Right.
And
once again, hit the like button. One way to contribute is, as OC highlighted, you can browse at your pace, send in a super chat with the lot number for us to cover the lot you would like. And as you know, any super chat that you give in the next hour, and the clock is ticking, the goal ending in 42 minutes, we need 10 super chats of $5 or more. That will encourage us to collaborate again in the next 2 weeks. So let's start with something you like, perhaps, since nothing immediately is forthcoming from the chat.
There are quite a few great Daytonas, and it takes a while to get down to them because they're actually not in the highest estimates. But if there's anything that piques your interest, feel free to stop and pull it up and spend some time on it.
Hard to choose, but since you said Daytona, why don't we start with actually one of the stars of this auction? This is lot 185. It is a gold Paul Newman with a champagne panda dial.
Lot 115, actually, I believe. Oh no, 185. Sorry, go ahead. There was a lot above it that was 115. You're cool.
So this is a reference 6241, which combines a bakelite insert as the tachymeter and pump pushers. And it is also a 14 karat yellow gold example, which is a dead giveaway that it was at the time destined for the American market. Obviously, the fact that it is a Paul Newman dial, so-called exotic dial, with those peculiar details, including the Art Deco numerals in the chronograph registers, makes it very attractive. The fact that it is a yellow gold piece makes it even more attractive, because for this particular reference point, there are roughly about 2,000 pieces made in stainless steel, and perhaps a third of that amount made in yellow gold. In terms, if you are particularly geeking out about this, obviously there are even less 14 karat yellow gold examples than 18 carats. 14 karat patinates in a warmer way. If you care about that aesthetically, perhaps you hate it. Good for you. You are saved quite a lot of money, and certainly the premium on all these scales of ultra rare, because the estimate for this piece is roughly around 400,000 to an amount in excess of $800,000.
Crazy.
But, you know, just the play of, very subtle interplay of black and gold in this watch, I think beyond all the issues of provenance and rarity, is quite beautiful. Is, by the way, is Watch Reporter this guy who has a channel himself?
I think he had one about a year or so ago. I don't think it's still operating, but he did at one point.
Yeah, I think at some point he had a DM correspondence with me where he had a mental breakdown. He had a meltdown, saying, like, you know, I'll crush you in terms of subscribers and supersede you and transcend you. And I was like, okay. Like, why do these people think the number of subscribers mean anything? Like,
doesn't mean anything.
Most people buy them anyways. If I can't monetize to the fullest extent the subscribers I have, what value is that? At the end of the day, once again, there are two reasons why we are in this. One, to meet actual people who are as enthusiastic, as passionate, and are open to acquire knowledge about watches in real life. And that is, by definition, a limited number, right? We are not trying to collect business cards. And two, because, I mean, I make no hiding of this. This is a business platform. It's a monetized YouTube channel. I'm trying to get an income for myself as well. So unless it's reflecting in terms of valuable, genuine, enthusiastic people coming in traffic to my channel, or as an income to me. I'm not interested. We're not making a pissing contest of any sort here. So I'm glad I made that connection right now, and it was indeed that person. But speaking of Rolex Daytonas that come up in the Geneva auctions and the Phillips auctions specifically, this is the Geneva auction number 20, lot 185 for a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 6241, Paul Newman Daytona, all in 14 karat yellow gold with a champagne panda dial.
This dial is a little bit weird to me. I've always thought that it looks kind of cheap.
Are you saying that about Newman dials in general?
Yeah, in general, I just the spacing of the dials all the way out to the edge at the 3 and the 9 creates a weird kind of. I was gonna mention some kind of special needs thing, but it doesn't. It just doesn't. It looks a little bit off, if you know what I mean.
Let's put it this way. There's a reason these were called exotic dials, right? They were representing at the time some additional flavor, an extra bit of spice, so to speak, a different kind of option to whatever else they had made, and they were offered, therefore, in limited numbers. And also, it's kind of like a chicken and egg thing, right? Because they were not so much demanded, they also remained in limited numbers, which made them rarity for future generations of collectors. So that they look, quote unquote, odd or simply different, I think is just a factual observation, right? I don't think anyone can chide you on that. But yes, there are elements, I think, that you either get on board with or not. I think the square ends of the hash marks in the chronograph registers, to me, are actually a decent complement to the abbreviated hour markers on the dial.
And it's interesting that you mentioned that, because I think it's the abbreviated hour markers that leave so much blank space on the dial that creates a little bit of too much sparseness on that upper half and creates so much visual weight on the bottom half of the dial. And I dropped in the private chat an example of a much later version of the Daytona 6263, which is a reference with which everybody's familiar.
And it is from the same auction, by the way. Yeah.
From the same auction. So, guys, if you're looking at this auction, please feel free to show let us know which lots you're interested in. $5 super chat or higher. Like this, to me, like aesthetically, is just so balanced and pleasing to the eye. It's Homer, and this looks very much like a modern Speedmaster, a modern Navitimer in terms of the subdial layout, as well as the font used and the layout of those characters in the subdials. Very legible and very to this. I mean, this is literally 50 years later, and you have the Speedmaster looking exactly the same, the Navitimer looking exactly the same as this layout. And ironically, it's Rolex that's deviated and put their numerals in a kind of a radial fashion around the subdials instead of, laid out like this.
I can't necessarily, nitpick with what you said, because as much as I usually prefer less writing on the dial and a certain minimalism, once you add complications to the mix, such as a chronograph, and especially a 3-counter chronograph, you then, I think you're absolutely right, have to come up with ways of using the other elements on the dial, including the typography, including the writing, to play along or simply balance out other elements. And I think from your standpoint, you make a great argument that this style perhaps is a more timeless design that had more staying power, certainly leaves less negative space, both in terms of having right here 3 lines of writing, full multifaceted hour markers, and also simply 2 colors, right? There's no additional color or segment or sector for the minute or seconds track, right? All you have is the silver backdrop and the black subdials that give you the panda dial, right? You explained it pretty well. There's a reason why the panda dial is so popular. Absolutely.
Right. Look at all you have to do is look at it, and it puts a big smile on your face. You're like, "Yep, this is a good looking watch."
ABNS, thank you so much for your super chat, and that
did not count towards the goal.
Unfortunately, because it must be less than $5. But thank you so much, ABNS. Great show. Catch up later off the work. Thank you so much. Honestly, again, we were comparing lot 130 for the upcoming Phillips Geneva auction number 20 that will take place over November 9 and 10, so over this weekend. We were comparing 185 to 130. And, OC was making the shrewd point that Rolex actually improved on this design, which I can't really fault him with, except, of course, this is an exotic dial, that was already experimental in a way, but there's a reason that people like panda dials so much more and that they're so popular. 6263 with the panda dial at lot 130 with a pre-auction estimate that is set in the range between 46,500 to 93,000 US dollars.
Yep, which is dare I say reasonable. If you get these at the 50 to 60,000 range, it's a good buy. 80, 90,000, not so much. That model was made up until 1980. I think 1987 was the last year, and then in 1988 they introduced their own in-house caliber, and then the redesigned.
No.
No, the Zenith. I'm sorry.
88 is the Zenith. The new millennium is the 2000. But yes, first automatic movements, 1980.
So is this the Lemania based movement?
No, this is Valjoux.
Got
movement. It. I believe it should be 727 since it's so much later. The 185 was 722. So this is basically the most advanced version of the hand-wound Valjoux chronograph movement they used for their Daytonas.
That's one of my favorites with the black subdials, the black bezel. And there's a version I think that comes with pump pushers and a nice big fat crown like that. Love it.
I think isn't that
6265 maybe comes with the pump pushers?
Yeah, you see, when you don't live stream for so long, you fall out of 6265 is the matching bezel version. I think it's the 6262 that comes with pump pushers, I think.
Yeah, well, there's a 6239 that does come with pump pushers, I believe. There's just so many. There's too many model numbers.
That's Sean, $4.99. Good evening, gentlemen. Great seeing you guys. I certainly will have to go back and see what I missed Cheers.
You,
Thank you
you will.
so much.
He's super
And
chat number 1 of our 10 super chat goal for this hour, guys. Thank you, Sean.
Time is running out. Time is running out. So
That's right.
if
26 minutes left, but I think we can do it. I think we can easily do it.
I think so. And maybe we can slightly extend it or something, since we are going to be here for another 40 minutes or so, I'm assuming. But yeah, let's see if we hit it on the nose. There's one 117 that I really like. I don't know if you guys are familiar. Certainly some people in the audience will be familiar with this book that is simply called Le Cadran in French, or The Dial. It is a great historical exposition with a lot of helpful visuals about the history of dial making by Dr. Helmut Krott. And it focuses specifically on Sternfrère. You know the family name, but they were certainly one of the most important, if not the most important, Swiss dial maker in the 20th century. And again, it's a great book, but it's one of those cloisonné enamel examples of dials that have been presented in that book and that I have always loved. Of course, this sort of methods of decorating the dials these days are either linked to Patek and their artistic creations, or their world timers, or in the independent creations of brands like Anderson Genève. But in the past, some of the same circle of enamel specialists actually made these sorts of dials for brands as diverse as Rolex, Omega, SK, Universal, and many others. This is a Rolex at lot 117. It's simply called the Neptune because of obviously what it depicts. Only two other examples, I should say, of this Grand Feu enamel dial with the same painting is known. This is a reference 8323 from mid-50s, I believe, 37 millimeters in diameter. So it has a lot of attractive things about it. Beyond the enamel dial, relatively oversized for its time. Beautiful, slightly oversized yellow gold dress watch by Rolex with an hand-wound caliber, but obviously the Grand Feu enamel dial, the rare handcraft element of this watch, that's what steals the show. And cloisonné means basically that the outlines of the painting is sketched out, or rather outlined by a thin golden thread. So that's the cloisonné part of the enamel.
Looks like an old Calatrava case.
Right. It is in the same genre, right? You know, you would find those handcraft series Calatravas even today on very rare offering, but it's still there by Patek. And this is kind of the vintage equivalent to that, a much more rare and exclusive piece, perhaps. And the estimates that ranges from around $350,000 to $700,000. certainly reflects that for lot 117. Anything else that you had in mind as we are scrolling down, OC? I think I have a couple that I want to
go for it.
Look at, but if you have something right on go, I would much prefer that.
I mean, I've been looking a lot at the Daytonas. So for me, like lot 196, if you could jump to that one.
Yeah, of course.
It's kind of the opposite of the, there you go.
Reverse panda, so to speak.
Right? Look how good that looks.
Yeah. Oh, tell me a little more about it.
So lot 196, this is circa the mid 1960s with the, this is a pre-Daytona, I believe, is that Daytona isn't on the dial. This is just a cosmograph. Oh, it is. It's up at the top. So it's a cosmograph Daytona up at the top. It's a reference 6240, black dial with the white subdials. This is a 1965. This has the 722 manual wind movement and features that black. I'm assuming this is a black aluminum bezel. Is that correct? On this one?
No, bakelite, I believe.
Okay, black bakelite bezel.
Plastic.
Bakelite. Yep, plastic. So it's basically a black acrylic, basically, rather than the metal that you'd find on some other models. This was only in production for a few years, and then it evolved into what became the 6263. So this is the 6240, and I just like the look of the black dial with the black bezel. If you're familiar with the current model, the Le Mans, which is so popular, this kind of reminds you of that. And I think the estimate is 58 to 116,000. But it's not the best condition. It looks like the cases, the pushers, particularly the screw down pushers, look a little beat up, and the pushers themselves look kind of beat up. But I just like the aesthetic of the dial.
Yeah, those pushers, especially the screw down pushers of this time period. OC gave us a great breakdown. The reference 6240 is, of course, a little earlier than the Panda dial example that we just talked about earlier. Have that brass kind of coming out, like the plating of the brass coming out, because people, of course, screw them, unscrew them to engage the chronograph and then screw them down. Great for obviously increasing the waterproofness of the watch, but earlier designs of it, earlier executions of it might not have stood the test of time, let's say. So that is something that you would look for. But once again, yeah, this has all the elements of the previous stainless steel example that we were talking about, which belonged to almost 2 decades later, but that design has staying power. Of course, this is like a photographic negative of that aesthetically, as OC explained, except, of course, you have just the 3 lines of writing this time and not that extra writing for the Daytona that wraps around the hour counter. This is lot 196 for a Rolex Daytona reference 6240. And the pre-auction estimate is in the range between somewhere around 58,000 to 116,000 in US dollars. And there's like a tint of, I guess, dark brown.
Yeah, they're calling this a tropical dial. That tends to juice up the interest whenever you say something like that.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? I think some versions of what dealers and auctioneers call tropical dial is simply damage, and it shouldn't even be more attractive. Like spider dials, for example, which were only invented to give boost to later productions of the 5513, which are otherwise lesser examples of the 5-digit equivalent, right? But you know, you have to give the glossy white gold surround dials that are damaged some extra kind of dealer juice to make it more attractive to a certain kind of customer. Hey, there's something for just about everybody. By the way, I missed previously that I Heart Maldives actually gave a very generous PayPal contribution with what I pulled up earlier with that 2-piece Nautilus, mid-size for the win, as he said, yellow gold and stainless steel that we showed earlier.
Thank you, Maldives.
I guess they don't want us to collaborate. The super chats dried up immediately. They don't want us to get together ever again.
Maybe that's why I chose that goal, you know?
Ooh, you are spicy.
Never know.
You're already bored of me. All right.
No. But this auction is Saturday and Sunday. There's a lot of lots. Well, maybe I'll cover Saturday live, and we'll have some fun with it and go through it. There's some interesting pieces there.
That could be exciting. I mean, look, I absolutely detest the bracelets on this, but these toric chronographs are some of my favorites. I guess, you know, if you are really into ornate design, it's one of the crazier bracelets that I saw. Looks almost like inspired by nautical ropes and knots. But if you can shut that out, and I'm kind of disappointed that they don't have like a case-only picture of this, but let's use this incredible technology called zooming that will perhaps help us acquaint ourselves with elements of the case. The toric, which is a line that Parmigiani Fleurier just brought back in a refreshed design, originally was Michel Parmigiani's way of paying tribute to kind of the ancient Greek culture. It literally comes from the inspiration that he found in Doric columns, and this sort of double-stepped bezel design with that fine fluting or coin edging as the decoration literally makes the watch look like the base of such a column from the profile.
Yep.
A very multi-dimensional design.
And the window at the between the 1 and 2 on the dial, which connotes a 24. That is what is that?
That is the date. The base of this movement is also that classic Zenit El Primero caliber 400, but it's kind of flipped. So instead of 430, the date window is at 130. And by the way, this toric chronograph happens to be a royal one as well, because King Charles has one that he wears quite often. In fact, was on his wrist. It was on his wrist when he acceded to the throne after his mother's passing. But you realize, by the way, that there's the double-step bezel with that fine fluting, but the case-back ring is also double-stepped with that fine fluting. And you have, again, the beautifully decorated oscillating weight that has their medallion logo, and that replicates also the decoration of dial, which they call grain d'orge, like a barley grain design. So a very luxurious automatic chronograph. If you can find some of these early examples of the toric chronograph, lot 155 is a very elaborate version of it in 18 karat pink gold with the silvered opaline dial and with a matching bracelet, and a bracelet design that I had not seen anywhere else.
I wonder why. Yeah.
Because it's fucking ugly. But that being said, otherwise it's a stunning watch. So if you can find these pieces on the secondary market, when they do come on the secondary market, these days they're extremely expensive, but they used to be in the range of $10,000-$12,000. I rue these days that I didn't pick up one of them, but these days if you can find one for less than $20,000, I think that's a great deal. The estimate for this example at lot 155 is quite optimistic, actually. Well, for the buyer's perspective, I should say, between 11,600 to 23,300. But auction houses, a lot of times, for these kinds of pieces that might not be immediate stars, have very conservative estimates so that they actually get those initial bids in, so that the price actually jumps up quite quickly. Beautiful
Yep.
sapphire cabochon as well on the crown. You were saying, Ossie?
Nope, nothing.
Oh, speaking of cubitus, here's a predecessor. Yeah, one of my main gripes was that it was actually a pretty derivative design, because in fact, both Audemars Piguet and Vacheron Constantin had squared versions of their luxury sports watches already. AP in terms of the quartz version, the 6005 is the reference number. And here you see another Vacheron watch. Actually, they do have square versions of the 222 as well, but this is the Royal chronometer, or chronomètre royal, of Vacheron Constantin, specifically reference 2215 in stainless steel from 1975, and obviously in much more manageable dimensions. 37.5 is the diameter. What do you think about this piece? By the way, those are, you might like these, OC, baguette.
Diamond baguettes. Yeah, very, very cool. Yeah, it's the case shape is actually not offensive, and the bezel itself reminds me of the ellipse. It's not quite elliptical, but it's a mix between squared off and oval. It's like a happy medium in between. You know, it's not quite cut like with octagonal corners, but it's not quite an ellipse either. It's almost exactly in between. They wanted to have the best of both worlds.
You know, just a quick point about that. That was kind of what Jean Argenteau always did, right? You know, he put in interplay and tension rounded and angular shapes. Like when you look at the Royal Oak design, yes, of course, the octagon is the main geometric shape that dominates that design, but it is actually playing with that idea between the octagon and the circle, between an angular shape and a more circular shape, and here you have identified that very quickly as well.
Yeah, visually, I'm not a big fan of the size of the type of the text on the bottom, only because when you look at the Maltese cross on the top and the size of the Vacheron Constantin Genève logo, it's in a particular typeface that is on the small side.
Right.
When you have royal and chronometer and automatic below in bigger font,
Right.
it doesn't make sense. Vacheron is the brand, not the not the collection name. So all of those things are disproportionately big, which is just bad design. Now I can understand that you don't want to make it smaller, but they should have figured out a way to make it more
No,
balanced.
that's a great point. I mean, look, for example, even the case back seems a little more thought out in terms of the principle that you just identified, right? You know, it's Vacheron Constantin, Chronomètre Royal, you know, in equal measure, so to speak, wrapped around a representation of the Maltese cross, and even the way the reference number and the case number is laid out makes use of that blank space quite well. So, you know, and you know, here you have smaller versions of the. Once they start, they can't stop, right? You know, they have to put the Maltese cross everywhere. But even here, between the brand name and the model name, that's what decorates the gaps. And again, I pointed this out before, but those baguette cut diamond markers for the hours, or for the quarters at least, other than the date window at 6, those are the kinds of little details that I think Vacheron specializes in. The so-called Batman reference 6694, which is also a royal chronometer, by the way, also has in certain versions a single brilliant diamond that's set right on the Maltese cross. So kind of paying particular respect to that lineage of precise timekeeping that this line of products specifically represents. I'm not particularly saying that that justifies the disproportion of the royal chronometer branding in terms of the dial representation. But again, I think this is an interesting piece. If you actually like the Cubitus, maybe you can find an even nicer deal in something like this.
And hats off to them for putting the date window at the 6 o'clock position, which was probably pretty bold at the time.
That's great, and that also, by the way, balances things out a little more. That in terms of the vertical symmetry of the
because
watch.
when you have a rectangular dial, it's narrower. So if you're putting the date window at the 3 o'clock, it's going to make it look even tighter.
That's right.
Visually, yeah.
That's right. So again, you know, it shows that they paid some attention, even though they couldn't quite pass the muster in terms of OC's exacting standards.
Another thing that I look for when you have an oddly shaped case is how the detail to the hands. Because when you have a rectangular case like this, the hands obviously can't be longer than the width, than the radius to the side, to the 3 o'clock, right? But when you go up to the top, it's going to be short because it's a rectangle. So where do the hands fall in relation to the indices, and have they thought about what it touches and where it touches?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not quite clear here. Like, for example, when that minute hand swoops down to the 3 o'clock position, what is it hitting on the dial? Is it hitting the end of that hash mark? Is it hitting the beginning of the hash mark? You know what I mean? That's what those are the things that I think about in terms of when they were designing it. What are all the things that they thought through? And then when that minute hand comes up to like the 5-minute mark, where is it in relation to the hash?
Right. Interesting points. speaking of the ellipse, here's an example with a stepped bezel. More feminine and flamboyant, perhaps, than the current offerings in catalog. This is lot 142. We are looking at the Phillips Geneva auction 20. That's going to take place over the weekend. We still have our super chat goal. So if you want us to focus in the time that remains on any of the lots, click the link, choose the lot, and send us a super chat of a value higher, equal to $5 or higher. Do you like the ellipse?
I like the normal ellipse. Maybe it's called the jumbo ellipse. I don't like this. Not a big fan of this double-stepped version. If I want this shape, then I go with a Cartier, whatever they call it, Ballon Bleu, or whatever that oval one is. The you know what I'm talking about? What is it? Starts with a B, right?
Which one? Which one do you mean? The Ballon Bleu is much.
Not the Ballon Bleu. It's. Let me see. The chat is super smart. They'll figure it out before I do.
Do you mean the Cristalor, which is
the
more...
Bangalore, the Bang Noir?
Oh, right. Yeah, because it's it's kind of styled like a bathtub, right? You're right. Yeah. I guess that does bring to mind that particular Cartier design, and that is a pretty...
Is that how it's pronounced? Bang Noir?
Benoir, I think. Yeah.
Benoir.
I think. This is a version of the ellipse from the 70s, 3730, with a hand-wound movement. It is relatively small, 38.5 millimeters by 31, in yellow gold, reference 3730, with an onyx style, complemented by the fact that the crown is set by an onyx cabochon as well. I think it's very elegant, but also very feminine. Again, the Benoit has been worn by a lot of men, and even in very small sizes as well. George Harrison famously wore it, among many others, not only the current hotties like Timothée Chalamet or Bad Bunny. But I think it's an interesting dress watch. I like the ellipse. I perhaps like the larger and simply elliptical versions compared to this, but it is an interesting example, especially anything yellow, gold, and black. I'm basically sold. I think that's my weakness here. The estimate is 17,400 to 34,900.
Seems expensive.
Basil asks a question. I'll see if you would like to answer. How are the Colony boys doing? When is the next big meetup?
We're doing really well. We're actually doing a dinner in New York with about 10 of us tomorrow night in Manhattan at the Jeffrey. So reach out to us there if you want to meet up with us tomorrow night. And then we're doing some other things. We're planning out the next 18 months of meetups, believe it or not.
Nice.
Which will include Geneva. I'll be in Geneva April 2nd to the 8th.
And I'll be there too, by the way, for the entire week, I hope.
Awesome. Awesome. Let's meet. Yeah, we've got tons of cool people who are going to be there. So let's do that. I'm also planning on hitting Dubai for Dubai Watch Week next year, 2025, sometime in November. We're doing some meetups in different cities in the United States. Some I can talk about, some I can't. But yeah, we're doing good.
Great. Dubai is on my radar too. A lot of people have invited me to Dubai in the past. I've never made it. Let's see. I might actually do that.
I think the fact that it's once every 2 years means that if we don't hit it in 2025, we'd have to wait until 2027 to do it,
Right.
or do it at some other time. You know, we have this debate a lot internally as a colony group about, do we do events centered around watch events, or do we do them separate from watch events? And we do kind of a mix, because sometimes we want just a very core group of people, and when it's around a watch event, we get a lot of extra people, which is good because we meet a lot of new people and we kind of welcome them and spend a lot of time with them. But it has to be a mix, because like New York City, like when we strolled into Club Macanudo, 30 people strong, that's hard to do. It's hard to find a place that can accommodate.
Logistically, it's also hard, you know, beyond
Really hard.
Beyond the simple division of labor and kind of the demand on your own personal energy. But my perspective on it, which, you know, I'm not necessarily speaking on the colony, of course, it's not my business at all. But in terms of these kinds of events, there's also a different kind of energy when it's in conjunction with a larger watch event, right? Not that we ever run out of things to discuss when we get together, and not only about watches, don't take me wrong, but I think there are just so many more jumping points and so much more usually positive but always intense energy when it is in fact held in conjunction with a larger event. And of course, there's the bonus, which can become a burden to introduce new people into the group. So I do understand that it's a tightrope to walk on in a way.
It's mainly a plus. It's mainly a plus. Like when we're at the cigar bar and we reach out and say, "Hey, Corrado, Captain, Carl, you guys, you know, we're here. Come on over." And then we add 5-10 more people. Or that's the cool part about it, is getting to spend time with people you don't get a chance to see very often. But it has to be a mix, because there are some people that want to have a tighter, more compact group.
By the way, guys, I feel like we're not gonna make our goal, which is
excellent.
Fine.
Nice.
Fine, which means
no more collaborations.
Yeah, timer ended before reaching the goal. Possibly no more collaborations. If
the audience has spoken.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it will be tough to say goodbye. OC, we have about 12 minutes on the clock. It is pretty sad. I guess we just didn't make the grade. Maybe
there are some watches from Christie's that I want to cover, and the Christie's, if we can jump to the rare watches, including the watches for ELA. I'm not sure if that is a charity.
That is a charity, yeah.
That Christie's is doing.
Which one do you wanna look at? Let's do
that. So there lot. Well, obviously, I want to take a look at lot number 30.
This is the ELA, by the way.
Yeah, ELA. You have the link for that? Want me to send it to you?
You sent it to me ahead of time, I think, to private chat. There we are. Look what I do for you. I mean, I'm skipping on a jumbo to discuss the watches you want. You said
there we go. Lot 30. Lot 30. Look at that.
You even sent this to me ahead of time, separately.
I did. It caught my eye. It caught my eye because it was actually listed on Chrono 24. Sometimes the auction houses will list these watches on other platforms to get traffic.
Right.
And so this watch is on Chrono 24, And I get an alert whenever a Texan gets added on Chrono 24.
Right. Tell us, now that you mentioned the name, tell us a little more about reference 5100, if I'm not mistaken, the quartz-powered watch that is usually called the Texan. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so this is in the heat of the quartz crisis. The Swiss manufacturers all banded together to try and come up with an answer to the quartz movement that was challenging them. So 21 manufacturers, Swiss manufacturers, got together in a consortium to create kind of a movement, a quartz movement, to be their first quartz caliber. And
the movement was called Beta 21 for that reason.
It was called Beta 21, and that movement was used in models by Patek Philippe and I think IWC and Omega and a whole bunch of brands. And Rolex, who famously never likes to use stuff from outside of Rolex, reluctantly developed a case and a watch for the Beta 21 movement. And that watch, and we don't know who designed this watch. There were rumors that Genta was involved, but I don't know. I don't think there's any confirmation on that. But this watch was developed in the 60s, and you can see it's an integrated bracelet watch with the lugs being opposite. So you can see the case actually comes out in the middle rather than having lugs that come out at the bottom or at the top. Yeah. And the bracelet integrates on the sides. And it's a little bit thicker watch, but this was other than the King Midas, this is the only numbered watch Rolex ever did, and it was manufactured in yellow gold, and a very, very small portion, about 10% of the production was in white gold. So you can see here it's numbered 758 of only 1,000 units produced. And so that means that there were approximately 100 white gold examples ever produced in the late 60s up until the early 70s. This one's probably from 1971 or somewhere around that with that serial number. And again, it's numbered. There are only 2 models that Rolex ever came out with that were numbered. So it's a tonneau kind of shaped case with integrated bracelet. When you bought this watch, this was so expensive at the time. It was priced higher than the date. And when you bought it, you became a member of the Rolex Quartz Club. And you got a special certificate that came with the watch that said that whenever you got to visit the Rolex headquarters in Geneva and you got to access the headquarters because you became a member of the Rolex Quartz Club, which is kind of a cool thing.
It's I think that was basically in return of sliding your masculinity by calling you beta-powered wristwatch wearer. So they were trying to, kind of make up for that effect of insulting you in the first place. You can come see us later. No?
Yeah. Now, ironically, I happen to be wearing that same reference myself. I happen to have a Texana in yellow gold, and it's a big hunkin' piece of a watch. I mean, you can it's pretty thick. This is all solid gold here.
And remind me, I may have gotten my wires crossed by now, but Beta 21, as it operates, has a distinctive sound, no? The quartz movement, particular to this watch?
I think you're referring to the Oyster Quartz, which is the successor to the Beta 21. The Oyster Quartz
doesn't have a sound at all?
No, the Oyster Quartz famously has the tick, the loud tick.
Yeah.
This one does not. But you can see this is
there's no whirring sound or anything when you put it next to your ear?
Not that I can discern at all.
Okay.
So here, this has the hidden crown clasp. See?
I actually really like the design of this watch, specifically the dial. I love the extended hash marks for the seconds, which By the way, again, like, as with a lot of thoughtful design elements, it's aesthetically pleasing, but obviously it also draws the attention to the fact that this is a watch built for the kind of precision that the quartz movement represented, right? So you have a clear sight of every single second.
Yep. And another cool thing about this watch, just about the design of the bracelet, if you look at a modern Hublot, it's this design exactly. When you look at their, I think it's the Unico, which is their ceramic line. It's this. I mean, 50 years later, it's this exact design. And fluted bezel, even back then. This is a 1970, and I think you can even see if I zoom in here. Number 388. Number 388 out of 1,000. Yeah, it's in really good condition, except for I think maybe the crown, the coronet here looks a little polished. I think just looks a little dull. But other than that, now this one actually doesn't even. It's not even running right now, which indicates that there may be an issue with either the battery or something else in the movement. But I haven't bothered to get it fixed. This is something that Rolex wants me to send to their restoration atelier in Geneva.
The one in Geneva. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that origin story, which really enriches our conversation. So thank you for sharing that, OC, and thank you for sharing your particular example. Also speaks to what makes a lot of these vintage watches and exclusive pieces from independents currently so desirable, because it's, you are literally buying into an exclusive club. It's like an horological membership club that you are unlocking. And 900, only 900 examples to this day of the yellow gold, and about 100 of the white
the
gold.
person who buys this watch is buying a watch that's one of 100 and it's numbered. And
this particular one specifically, right?
Yeah. And it looks gorgeous. Who famously had one of these is James Dowling. He had one of these and he sold it. This may even be his. I don't know.
Well, if I can tell you this much: we will look at the lot essay, because if it were his, the auctioneers would have milked it. But it doesn't say.
I think he sold his particular one to a private collector. Now these come up maybe once every year. You'll find a white gold Texan, maybe once every 2 years. To me, even at $50,000, this is a steal. You have to factor in the buyer's premium and customs and taxes and things like that. And pretty soon that 50,000 turns into 75. I get it. But if you were to snag this for, say, 40,000 Swiss francs.
No, frankly, I mean, this is, again, I completely understand that some people who are socialized into watch collecting obviously have a heavy bias for mechanical watches, right? And to a certain extent, I would include myself in this group. But even for people like me, there are usually exceptions. I know for people, for example, like Mr. Enthusiast, right? Phil Toledano. He at some point was going after every single Beta 21 powered watch. I know James Dowling himself not only had a Texan, but I think he had basically all of the Beta 21 that he could acquire. So there are respected collectors in the community, and other collectors who are not even publicly known, but who are going after their particular passion, who are trying to carve their own niche within this hobby of ours, which I think is the only thing I can call that is admirable. even if it's not exactly my own taste, and even if it doesn't quite overlap with my own passion. You had other pieces in mind from this auction too.
Well, I mean, the other one is also another self-serving one, and
That's
that's
okay. That's okay.
and that's
We
lot.
will count it towards your rate.
That's lot number 81, I believe. Lot number 81.
Another
Now,
quartz-powered Rolex.
no, not quartz. The King Midas's manual wind mechanical watch.
Oh, that's true.
So this is a reference to 9630. This is the first King Midas. So this is the granddaddy of them all, with the thick, 5 millimeter. I mean, it's thin in the sense that it's only 5 millimeters, but it's thick that the bracelet is also 5 millimeters all the way around, solid gold.
For
This
for such a sleek and seemingly minimalist piece, these things weigh a ton.
Absolutely, they do.
You have yours at hand?
I do. Mine is a slightly later version, reference 3580. Same thickness, same dual clasp here. It's all in gold here. Mine is also, this is numbered. Let's see if we can pull it up here. So you can see here, number 1027.
Now, you can maybe enlighten me on this as well, OC. Do the numbering of the later Cellini series start from 0, or does it follow the original series?
They follow. They continue on. So the lower the number, the better. So you want to get one that's, ideally you want to get one under 800, because that first batch of 9630s, they made about 800 of them, and this is the second one, and they made about 400 or 500 of these. So up to approximately 12 or 1300. And this is after that, then the Midas gets a lot less desirable.
Very nice. Thank you for sharing that, OC. This is, like you said, the original reference 9630. Another minor element is that, this is kind of destro in a way, even though it's meant to be worn on the left wrist, perhaps. It's asymmetric, and the crown faces outside, right?
Yep. This one is number 642. So
it is part of that original 800. You're still there?
1971. Yeah, sorry. 1971. Mine is approximately 1974. So you can see how few of these were made.
And you guys remember OC showed his one-of-one bespoke, made in the Maldives urn style box for this earlier, which is a personal gift to him from I Heart Maldives. And here is an example of the first series of the reference 6930 presented on that box that was styled after a Greek urn.
Right. And the fact that you would get the box with this lot is not insignificant, Brando, because the boxes, most of them are gone or in really, really poor condition. So the fact that you even get the watch with the original box, I think the box, the urn, as they call it, adds $5,000 to $10,000 to the value of the lot. So if you look at the estimates here, I mean, a Midas by itself is easily a $20,000 watch. Easily.
Would you say the urn, the Greek urn box, is even more desirable and more
But it
spendy
is.
than a khaki rubber strap for the Aquanaut.
I thought you were going to say, is it true that the box is rarer than the watch? And the reality is, it is.
Right.
The
That's
urn,
the truth.
the urn is not more valuable than the watch, but the urn is actually more rare
You know
than the
what else?
watch.
What else you can get? I mean, Maldives' gift is unsurpassable. That's not what I mean. But rowing blazers, at some point, I think this was part of the collaboration they had with Target, but they had like an ice carrier that was styled after a Greek urn as well.
Mhm.
That can be an interesting accessory that you can get to this ever-growing set. And I trust me, even though it's now discontinued, I think on the secondary market you will find that it's significantly cheaper than $10,000.
Yep. So I think this lot in particular, if you could snatch it up for up to $40,000, I think would still be a cool deal because the urn is so rare. And this is, by the way, the 9630 has the Midas on the dial. You see the Midas on the top of that urn, how it's written in Greek there. That's
Yeah.
actually written on the dial that way too. Mine isn't like that. Mine, when they moved to the 3580, they actually put Cellini on the dial, so it's
And
actually different.
remind me also, does yours also have the engraving King Midas on the crown side?
Yeah, it does. It has everything is hand carved on
Wait, let
the
me zoom on you.
yeah. So it says King Midas and has the star, the sun crown, and everything is hand engraved on the back as well.
Very nice.
In addition to, and it also has a crown here on the clasp.
Rolex.
Rolex King Midas.
Amazing. No, I mean, this is a very, very unique piece. Again, by Rolex standards, a lot of elements that you won't see in another Rolex watch. The fact that it's a numbered series, the fact that it is this very unique design that weighs a ton. Again, there are all sorts of apocryphal stories about who exactly designed it, and the Janta name always gets thrown around. But in this case too, I'm not sure if there's ever been a proof of that.
Yeah, Christie's in their essay puts Genta in it. Believe it
Oh
or
yeah.
not, they're not shy about it. They're going to say they say it was designed by Gerald Genta.
All right. Well, James Dowling himself, I remember, had said that that's not been established. But
I agree. It
again,
has
I
not been.
mean, that it doesn't matter. That doesn't. Not every cool design has to be made by the same great man, guys.
Exactly.
We can go beyond that. But I think, the asymmetric design that has still been an inspiration. The bracelet, I think, that kind of looks like a gold bullion in each link. Um, Again, really is a great reflection of that King Midas theme. All those hand engraved details on the case, including that number in the series, is great. The estimate is very conservative in this case. Surely they're going to surpass that for lot 81 of Christie's rare watches, including watches for ELA. And that is 10,000 to 20,000 in Swiss francs. And this auction, OC, is, when is it going to be held?
It in 5 days. In 5 days.
This is going to be held in 5 days, and it is one of those charity auctions. OC, as we are coming to a close, perhaps coming to a close in our collaboration for good, since we didn't hit our super chat goal at the end. I wonder if there are any watches from this auction or from any other auctions that you want to discuss. or maybe any other topics you want to talk about, or just banter about before we log off for tonight.
We still have over 20 people watching. Maybe we can turn it over to the chat if there's anything that you guys want to, any topics you guys want to cover, or any questions you have.
Yeah,
for
30
me and Brando.
30 people. I mean, if you want to just shoot them in the chat, you're more than welcome. Hit the like button at least. That's always for free. If you want to contribute in other ways, you're more than welcome as well. But also, if
drop the link to your PayPal just to make sure that people have an alternate way of bypassing the YouTube fees. I'm actually quite surprised, and pleasantly so, that you have over 60 likes on the live stream.
That's amazing.
Which is very, very, very impressive. Earlier we were talking about the viewer to subscriber ratio, right? And how it's about the quality of the chat and how they show their support. It doesn't necessarily have to be monetarily. It can also be, moral support, engagement in the chat, smart questions, the quality of the questions and the in the engagement there. So I think that's something that does need to be noted, that sometimes these smaller, I put myself in this category, smaller channels have the best audiences with the smartest collectors, with the best conversations in the chat. And you can have someone with 200,000 subs and they can barely get 100 people watching their live stream. To me, that's not a quality audience. That's just, that's not an engaged subscriber base. If you have 200,000 subscribers, you start a live stream and you can barely get 100 people watching, it means you have a pretty low quality subscriber base.
Yeah, at least low on certain kinds of engagement. And I completely agree. Look, this is not a way to pat ourselves on the back. And in my case, right, my viewer count is usually much lower than this when I present on my own. And that's just the rule of the game, right? Unless you are a professional live streamer who live streams for 8 hours or more, reacting to other people's content, playing games, and you have already an established audience. If you're on your own, it's hard. People almost immediately tune out, unless you're some sort of carnival barker. So that's another genre that we are not gonna get into ever on this channel, which is fine. So I always appreciate company to begin with, but it's even better when I have a good interlocutor like you, who knows what he's talking about, who can bring on another kind of perspective. And yeah, again, we have covered perhaps
a snippet,
1% of what we could have in terms of a full auction preview. The good thing is OC will continue some of this, I'm sure, on his own, at least in terms of live streaming of the actual auctions. I will continue this perhaps already on Friday with further previews of the auctions that have not happened until then. But yeah, I was very happy to catch up with you, OC, and very happy.
It's the first time we got to spend time together. And
oh, we froze a little bit again. It's gonna come back. At least it caught OC in a very striking pose with his new hairdo.
Yeah, as meeting and getting to spend so much time with you was definitely a highlight of my trip, and I'm very appreciative that we got to do that. And it was cool that we are able to take take our conversations that we had in Los Angeles and turn it into something that now we're presenting to an audience, and hopefully they like that.
Yeah, and guys, yeah, I mean, that's, again, you showed your support except for that last hour, quite enthusiastically, both on YouTube and behind the scenes. So that's well appreciated. And that already says something about how much you value this collaboration. You have, again, showed your support in terms of the messages you send in the chats. And thank you again, especially those of you whom I had pleasure to meet in person in New York and in Los Angeles. But in terms of what you thought about this particular episode, what you think about this, the future of this collaboration, drop a comment after the live stream ends. If you want, even create some drama, send some nasty and vicious comments our way, as Archie Luxury used to say.
Yeah, Brando will respond to every single one of them.
Yes, because I have nothing else to do.
And do you have super thanks enabled too?
Absolutely, always.
Right.
Any avenue of monetization is always already open. I'll see. You don't even have that.
But now that you brought that up, let me ask you a question. Because have you ever thought about doing sponsorships with a brand, like
Yes,
either a watch brand or a watch roll brand or something like that? Have you thought about that kind of level of product sponsorship?
I have, and I actually, this is something that I've been thinking about for a while. And earlier, this was not a sponsorship, but what I did was, my friend's bike shop, Steel Buffalo Motors, because of how he gave me an avenue, he gave me literally space to stream from his cool shop. I had his overlays and everything for a certain period. But that was, for me, also the beginning of an idea. How can I remain a watch channel and a style channel, and also remain independent in terms of every single thing that I discuss on this channel, unless it has a friendship component, which I disclose. I try to keep off from sponsorship. So I actually try to find ways of seeking overlaps with other things that people who watch this stream can buy. That can be something as simple as water or an energy drink, or a brand of coffee, or another luxury product. I would rather advertise about products and about things that can add value to people's lives that are not my main subject, but that have some sort of
Synergy.
customer overlap.
Yeah.
And synergy. Yes, that's a more politically correct way of putting it. But yes, I feel like that it doesn't have to be that way, and I'm not necessarily putting a moral question mark on each and every person who has a watch YouTube channel and who has some sort of watch-related sponsorship. Don't take me wrong, that's not what I'm saying. But in terms of my own vision for this channel, I would rather not have sponsors from the horological world, but from proximate fields, so as to preserve my own integral vision for this channel.
Makes sense.
Why? Did you have something to sell me? Are we going to talk about it behind the scenes?
No. I think far too often people on YouTube are accepting trips from watch manufacturers. They're going to Atlanta to an Oris event, and then they come back and they do a video about.
Right. As you're frozen, I will say yes. That's a model that I'm familiar with.
Yeah. So that they fly you down to Atlanta. They put you up for a night or two, and then they take you to an Oris event, and then lo and behold, you come back and you do a video about how great the Oris release was.
Right.
I think there's too much of that going on in the YouTube space. YouTube actually does have requirements that when you do something like that, you're supposed to disclose that includes paid promotion,
Yeah.
but very few people actually do it.
They don't actually. And also, like, that again, look, if we were talking about specific examples, by the way, I could, in fact, I don't shy away from exposing people, right? So earlier I said, I'm not trying to cast aspersions on just about everybody, because like you implied, as long as you disclose these things, both articulating it on the screen, right, your own conflicts of interest, and marking the video in the way that YouTube actually is supposed to regulate, I don't think there is a severe problem with that, right? I'm not trying to decide how everyone does their business, but that is a model of business that I have a huge problem with and that I'm trying to distinguish myself from. And to, watch rolls, watch boxes, watch straps, and everything is included in that. If someone wants to send me these sorts of things for free, for me to try them, use them as a collector, with no strings attached, in the same way we talked about Cellini earlier, Cellini Jewelers on Park Avenue. In the same way you talked about Watch Brothers London.
Right.
In the same way, for example, I talked about Chapek. In the same way I talk about Jaeger-LeCoultre, right?
But there's no way the audience would ever know if one of us had a relationship with those brands and we were receiving some kind of financial remuneration for our mentions. There would be no way of them knowing that. The fact that
No,
we're
there is
mentioning
a
those
way.
things, we're doing it okay.
There is a way, because, I can't, look, you're responsible for yourself, and I'm not implying or insinuating anything. But on this channel, there's a way they would know that, because if I had that relationship,
You would
I would
disclose it.
tell them. I would
Yeah, me
disclose
too.
it. And for me, it's not even, it's not, for me, from my standpoint, it's not even going out of my way. That's why whenever I talk about Wind Vintage, even though I derive no financial benefit from it, I always spend an entire 5 minutes to talk about how much I love Eric Wind, right? So, like, for me, it's obvious that I am biased towards Eric Wind and Wind Vintage, and it should be obvious to my audience as well. So when I talk about something that JLC has done to me or for me, I will disclose that if it pertains to anything that I'm talking about. Same way, like, if someone sent me a watch roll or invited me to an event, I will let people know.
Yep.
Ali Raza says, still going, 549. Thank you, Ali. Let's make this super count towards the goal. It doesn't actually, because it is done. What is on Lordy Lord's other wrist? It is basically the African answer to Native American jewelry. This is a silver Tuareg piece. On another occasion, perhaps we will talk about it more in detail, and perhaps why this particular piece, the reason as to why this particular piece comes as an H bangle. That's an interesting story. I also have a cross ring made by the same Tuareg artisans. The Tuaregs are tribes native to Africa, long existence. For the geeks among us, you might if you actually know a little bit about Tuaregs, perhaps both the book and the movie Dune will give you some ideas about how that inspiration comes from them as well, how they are depicted as the native people in that franchise too. But that's another story altogether. Yes, that's a piece of silver jewelry, hand engraved. I like these things in the same way that I love mechanical watches. I have finally found a source where I can buy from the actual artisans and not a luxury brand, which in this case makes me even more enthusiastic about it. So thanks for allowing me to share that, Alireza.
Thanks, Ali. Yeah. I love how he pops back in 3 hours later and goes, "Hey, you guys still going?"
Yeah, well, I mean, some people, unlike us, OC, have
a life.
they have a life, have some work to do, something like that. I wouldn't know anything about that, but hey, man, this has been a great 3 hours and a half. Again, don't forget to hit the like button. Whatever you think about the present and the future of this collaboration and anything else we have been plotting behind the scenes for so long, please leave a comment below after the live stream ends.
Maybe you want to recommend a different partner for Brando for future collaborations. Yeah, type that comment in the chat.
Look, I'm not actively seeking any collaborators. I have UOC if you are willing to come back. I have a friend of mine with whom we are establishing the ampersand enterprises. Let me share that link on YouTube in the chat. It's literally at ampersand, that's and sign. Wait a second. Someone took that. I thought I had it. Oh, right. It's watches at watches end. Sorry.
Oh. That's on Instagram?
No, on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Ampersand Enterprises is on Instagram. So Watches End is my new collaboration with my friend Eddie. It is going to be a podcast released on a regular basis. We are thinking weekly. We are going to start broadcasting it in December. Some episodes are already, they're ready to go. Some are still in preparation. The first season is going to be on watches and politics. So the whole premise of the channel is to think about what aspects of culture are intersecting with or can be conjugated with watches. There's going to be a season on watches and style. There's going to be a season on watches and sports. And the star of the first season is actually Eddie, who is a political scientist with great interest and encyclopedic knowledge about horological history. So check out the Watches and channel. And
subscribe.
Stay tuned. Stay subscribed. We are going to have the first season coming in. And Sean dropped in again. Your opinion on Frank Muller Jump Hour 2852 in white gold. Let's use
Pull
that.
it up. Pull it up, Brando. Pull it up.
Oh, man. Some of these things never get old, huh?
Super chat, big boy.
This is 28 white gold jump
I don't
hour.
know. It sounds like Sean is considering buying a watch. That's dangerous.
But that's this is a great one. So let me start with what I like about it. I love tonneau shaped pieces. This reminds me of the kinds of jump hour pieces that Patek has made. Oh, Jesus, I am subscribed to this website. Why do I have to?
Yeah, it's dangerous. Some of these websites will actually pop up with your Google credentials and show your email address and stuff like that. So it's kind of hit or
So
miss.
this reminds me of some of the, both in terms of its dial and in terms of the representation of the jump hour function. This reminds me of some of the pieces that Patek and Breguet have done in the past. I love the tonneau case shape. The Patek piece I have in mind is specifically the 3969. That is a little more compact. The case shape is a little more reminiscent of the tortoise or tortue shape rather than the barrel shape. But anyway, that's a good thing. I like the slight accent of blue. I love how that minute hand has this elegant twist. If you see it, right, like the minute hand of a spade style handset. I love the fonts that are used both for the minutes and the hour, the railroad track for the minutes. All of this stuff I like. Thing I hate, and this is something that I feel like it's such an obvious thing that I don't even know why brands do that in their jump hour watches. The hour clicks at minute 60, right? Where's your minute hand when the hour jumps over the opening for the hours? So I always hated how some of these big brands don't come up with dial designs, or at least put the opening for the hour at 6 o'clock, so that you get the full enjoyment visually and a lot of times audially as well of that jumping hour. I know the hand is very thin, very twisted, very elegant, so it won't block much of it, but I don't want any distractions. That's the point of the watch, the jumping hour. I want the full visibility. I want the full enjoyment. From a personal standpoint, that would irritate the fuck out of me. When it comes to Frank Müller, I think for a certain period of watchmaking, especially in the 90s, they have defined it. I know speaking of paid visits and whatever else from manufacturers, like people like Waco will tell you, like, it's coming back because Frank Müller pays him. I have no such ignominy behind me, so I don't have to say Frank Müller is coming back. It's never going to come back. It will forever remain a thing of the past. But for those who know, the earlier examples of the brand that, in fact, was established by a watchmaker who took pride in himself as a master of complications will always be important, if for nothing else, for the kudos you will get from other collectors in the know. So this is a great watch. If you can get it for a good deal, For me, it tickles me the wrong way for the placement of the hour opening, but everything else, I love it. I love the case shape. I love everything down to the fonts used on the dial. I just wish they found another way of either representing the minutes and the hours, or simply placed the hour aperture at 6 o'clock.
When I think of jumping hour watches, obviously there's that Cartier that comes to mind. That's just like looks like a big sheet of steel, as the face of the watch with just the jumping hour showing, which is not my particular.
Tanka guichet.
Exactly, and which is not my cup of tea. But that's what I think of when I think of one of the most iconic jumping hour watches. When I in terms of modern jumping hour, Anderson, yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah. Continue, please.
Anderson Genève has a new jumping hour I think is pretty stunning. Let me see if I can find a link to it.
There was okay. This is a still shot. So this is the watch, the limited edition of the Tanka guichet in platinum, in this particular case, that OC was talking about. The octagonal crown is actually topped with a ruby, which is something that Cartier usually pairs their platinum watches with. And speaking of another brand that I'm very enthusiastic about, and that has, of course, everything to do with Sven Anderson's legacy, but also my friendship with the CEO as well, Pierre-Alexandre Eschleman. But here is the jump hour.
This to me is one of the nicest modern jumping hour watches, and it solves the issue that you brought up earlier by putting the having the minutes as a subdial rather than covering up the window.
And of course, in this case, because of their gold dials that they also decorate with unique guilloche patterns, it's even wiser to put the minutes on a subdial, because, again, you don't interrupt that dial with hash marks, the hands themselves, and whatever else in terms of dial fixtures, right? You let the person enjoy that handcraft and focus on that minute by minute passing of time until the hour jumps at the top of the hour.
Yep. And because the guilloche is the artwork of the dial, it's so beautiful how they kept the focus on that. Also, I dropped another one in the private chat there, which is another great implementation of the jumping hour for same reason but a different execution.
Which one, the first or the second?
Oh, the second one. Well, both are cool, but
because this is the first one is the Rising Sun edition, which I have already on the screen, I think.
Yep.
A 50-piece limited edition. And the second one is a black jade stone dial.
Very minimalist. Like this isn't. It doesn't give you Frank Mueller vibes. It doesn't have the tonneau shape. So I'm not sure if you're looking for jumping hour, or if you're looking for that classic.
You know what else I like about this is the case design, like, you know, that those slight shoulders, you know, as it were, of the lugs as they connect to the case. I like that.
Parmigiani does that with the Tondo.
Right. Maybe Parmigiani's is even more accentuated, and that I can see that might rub certain people off the wrong way. But here, the execution, I think, is much more subtle, but still distinct, still noticeable. Having seen this watch in person, I don't know if I actually ended up posting it or not. Maybe I wasn't too skilled in capturing it in the video. Black jade is actually very different than an onyx style. So the photo can make it seem quite close to an onyx style, where you have this stunning matte look. The appearance of the black jade is actually has much more depth. It kind of has this mottled appearance, maybe a little speckled. To the point is, some people, when they were handling this watch, when Only Watch was actually doing the exhibition before the canceled auction, some people kept trying to, you know, wipe off the crystal of this watch, thinking that there were some smudges on the dial. That was just the natural appearance of the stone. So if you're looking for something black that has a little more dimension than onyx, that jade, the black jade they use for this watch, is very stunning. But, you know, in a way, I'm just alerting people, if you see this in person, it looks very different than it looks in the pictures. For me, it's better, but it might be an acquired taste.
The other thing I'd like to see somebody do is, and if you scroll down, there's some really cool pictures that show the movement. And also there's one that shows what the jumping hour disc looks like on the other side.
Yeah.
And I have,
Before we get to that, I want to say, look, I mean, again, the oscillating weight, also guilloche decorated, solid gold, the frame, movement ring, blued gold, like, you know, it's all these small details that make an independent maker like Anderson Genève so much more distinct. Oops.
yeah. So if you look at this, the hour disc, what I'd love to see someone do is like what Longa does with their lumen, basically make it so you have an hour window where you can see the hour highlighted, but you could also see maybe underneath and
Right.
see the disc, because
You know,
you don't get to appreciate the rotating of the disc when you just see that little tiny window.
can I tell you something? As I ask our 30 plus viewers to hit the like button if you haven't done so already, the wonderful thing with Anderson Genève is, and again, this goes for all sorts of independent makers that have the kind of manufacturing capability. So it's not that they are the only one in the world or in Switzerland or anything. But of course, the fact that they are so open and so willing to entertain and indulge every single individual client means that you can at least ask for something like this from Anderson Genève itself, from Alex himself. And if they have the manufacturing capability of producing the kind of transparent dial that you like, with possibly an illuminated hour disc beneath, they would do it. You know, if an independent maker has the capability, it would be probably a handful brands, and Anderson might be included in that list. Sean, thank you so much again. $4.99. The Anderson Genève jump hour is very attractive. the crispness of jump hour at the top of the hour, changing time is key. FM, Frank Müller is very crisp. How is AG's? I know for a fact, Sean, through my personal conversation with Alex, that early iterations of the movement were not as precise, and they have worked arduously, prototyping for, I think, longer than a year. And they have fixed that problem, and it is quite precise by now. So I can share you that. However, having not seen in person Frank Müller's jumping hour, I don't have a direct comparison, but I'll take your word for it. And this one is pretty crisp as well.
What would be absolutely incredible about them creating a translucent version of the dial or some kind of lumen version is that disc isn't centered.
Right.
You know, it's slightly off. So if you see where the 1 is, the 1 is to the left.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the window is on the dial. So you'd actually have an off-centered disc. And what's cool about this is like it looks like the numbers are italicized when you look at it.
But when they actually appear on, through the opening, it looks
they're
actually,
not.
Yeah.
That would be fucking incredible to
like
design
look at
a
this,
watch
for
that.
example. It looks perfectly straight, but like you
Because
said,
it is.
If you could peek behind the dial, as you have just envisioned, it would.
And see the other ones are off kilter. That would be a very cool visual. Yeah.
It would be mind blowing.
And not only that, but it's not centered in the dial; it's slightly off. I hate asymmetry, but in this case, it would be. It's like, why did they put the disc over there? Why isn't that 11 at the top of the disc? You know, it's not. They moved it over here. It's like that would be very, very cool.
By the way, Ali has an interesting question, or wish rather, towards the end. I want to see the Sartori-Billard jump hour. I have seen it in person, if I'm not mistaken. But here's the catch when it comes to that. No, that was the day-night tourbillon, sorry. But in either case, when I saw the GPHG nominees at Watches of Switzerland, or Watches of Swaziland, as I like to call them on this channel, they were actually just being exhibited. So they didn't let us touch them. They were literally placed on stands, and not really, available to take a closer look. Wait, does Sartori-Billard have a jump hour piece that's distinct from the day and night? Or is it one and the same? No, it is a different watch. It is a different watch. It's called SB08 jump hour. It is the tourbillon, but so it shares the tourbillon aspects with the day and night, but is a distinct design. Well, the appeal of Sartori-Billard is like, every piece is a pièce unique, right? Every piece is bespoke. So you have the same kind of customizing option. And honestly, at that point, again, I guess it's both an aesthetic and even affective choice, because the price point is much higher than Sartori-Billard's other offerings, and might be even more expensive than under Saint-Genève. So that's something to keep in mind.
Not sure if I love that one.
Yeah, look, again, I disclose my biases. I'm a much bigger fan, first of all, of brands that have an established heritage. And among independent watchmakers, not many people have that as much as Sven Andersen does. And I have also said, like, Alex is a friend. So I have my biases, but I don't think this piece even comes close in terms of the aesthetic appeal of the off the rack versions, even of Under Saint-Genève piece. And by off the rack, guys, again, they make very few watches a year, and anything and everything they offer is a limited edition. It might be 12 piece, 25 piece, 50 piece. Just like we were talking about certain kinds of vintage watches, including some stuff that Ossi has, like his King Midas or like his Texan. That's literally buying into a very exclusive club. Yes, Sartre is one of one, but it kind of, for me, it kind of exists in a vacuum, right? It leaves something to be desired for me. It's a great option to have everything open to customization and bespeaking and whatever else. But for me, it actually takes away from what I like about mechanical watches, part of which is, incidentally, serial production. It's unique and rare enough, but still connects you to other people. And I think that's a good note to perhaps close.
Sure.
Almost.
Unless we keep going. The last jumping hour. The last jumping hour.
Let's keep going. Why not?
Watch that I was thinking of was, for some reason that came to mind, was the LUC, the LU Chopard. I believe they have a jumping hour watch as well, which is kind of.
What do you mean somehow came to mind? They're one of the best. They're one of the best.
Well, I don't know anything about watches. I've only been collecting for like 4 months, so I don't know anything about this garbage. But I just for some reason, when I thought, it just popped into my head that they make a watch that I think is a classic, dressy looking jumping hour.
Absolutely. Well, the thing is, they keep making different versions of it as well. But let's see. The first time they made it, I'm trying to find the exact model, because they have Jesus, sorry. You keep showing off your watch, Ossi, as I'm fumbling this incredible pass that you gave me. But the model is called Quattro Spirits 25, which I believe is they introduced it for the first time in 2021 on the occasion of their 25th anniversary.
This is for Gen G.
Okay, I pulled a monochrome article.
It's okay. Not too shabby.
Some great things about this watch. I will start this time from inside out. Quattro refers to the 4 barrels of this movement, which gives it a full 8 days of power reserve. This is, of course, important, especially for a jump hour watch. Jump hour pieces actually are very power hungry. Maybe some of the most power hungry complications, not to the level of a chiming watch, perhaps, but certainly up there. They have Geneva seal movements, like a lot of the more exquisite and exclusive pieces from the LUC line. And it takes care of what we were just talking about in terms of some jump hour pieces by switching the opening to 6. So when the hour jumps at the top of the hour, when the number jumps to the next one at the top of the hour, the hand doesn't actually cross over the opening.
And it's a big hour too.
Yeah, it's very visible, very legible. The dial is actually Grand Feu enamel. They had several limited editions after this, but I believe this is the original model they introduced in 2021. And it was an exclusive run of 100 pieces. White Grand Feu enamel dial on a gold base. And if you look very carefully, this opening actually is not a frame. It's the gold dial peeking through from
that's awesome.
beneath the enamel.
Nice.
And the numbers themselves are enamel painted on the dial, so you can see very beautiful fonts chosen there as well.
Yeah. You know what else I like about the minute track?
Mm-hmm.
Is the 0-5 versus just 5.
The Air King dilemma.
Yep. See how that just makes it so symmetrical with the 55 on the other side having 2 digits. A lot of other dials you'll see just a 5 there, and that would drive me crazy. This would be way too simple, I think, for Sean. Sean's watch is like he has a beautiful Roger Dubuis that has like a mother of pearl effect to it. He has a lot of a very eccentric case shape. He's got watches with a lot of style. This just may be way too boring for Sean. So I don't recommend it for him, but I do. If you want a very classic, simple dress watch with a jumping hour complication, this one comes to mind.
And Chopard is also like, that is also a very interesting brand, especially at this segment, at this level. Again, it's not the kind of watch that you will see every day on many other people's wrists. And Sean, I know, having seen your latest acquisition when I finally met you in person in Los Angeles right here, which is a shame, right? We have been here together for so long, and I just had a chance to meet you. You like watches that are a little more rare and harder to find and not really seen all over the place. So if you want a modern equivalent of that, if you want something that's both contemporary but also quite rare and unique, this kind of jump hour piece would be great as well. Maldives, I heard Maldives. Have you tried moving the camera up to the eye level? I'm a Luddite. I don't even understand that question. What does it mean?
Well, your laptop has the camera on it, right?
Yeah.
So he's just saying that basically you're that's on a table that's low. and he
Yeah.
wants the camera to be. I don't know. My camera is on my laptop too, but it's at my forehead
Yeah.
level, which is what everybody likes.
Yeah. Which is that is that is that supposed to be like the YouTube golden standard?
It's supposed to be
Yeah.
slightly above your head, like looking down on you, kind of like when you're doing a selfie. You know, when you're doing a selfie, you kind of
Hmm.
raise the camera high above you.
I'll think about that. I put my laptop on my coffee table basically, and this is the angle it gives me. But Maldives, you clearly know something about this, certainly more than I do. So I will take that into consideration. I will think about it. I have to say, in terms of a posture standpoint, it's horrible. It gives me a backache every single time I live stream more than an hour. So you probably have a great point there.
Sean's in the chat. He says, "Love you, brother. Just a reminder, I wear a simple time only Patek Philippe 5196. I'm not always flashy." Fair enough. Fair enough.
What? I didn't put downward thumb there. I don't know what that means. Wait a second. Maldives also in the same token sent. There's a limited edition with an oxblock dial that they have just done. Let me pull that up. Remind me, Maldives, if you're still there in the chat, whether this was white gold or platinum. I think it was white gold, but I don't remember the material off the top of my head.
Look how stubby those lugs are. Very, very short.
Do you like that, or does it irritate you?
That's almost too stubby, like to the point where it's noticeable as being very, very up against the case. I mean, if the strap, if it doesn't like cause the strap to get worn out by rubbing up against the case.
You know, I think I know what you mean, and they are not certainly extended lugs by any measure, but I also feel that you noticing that in white metal tells me something that it might be a visual thing. I'm not going to say visual illusion necessarily, but because you didn't notice this
I did notice it in the previous one. No,
you did
I did not.
way? Yeah, okay, you didn't. That's what I was thinking. I will pull it up immediately. Let's see if you notice it in the same way, because it's the same case design as far as I know.
Yeah, I didn't notice it. This looks completely different because of the angle.
I think it is the angle and the material, but I might be wrong. I think the logs are, again, it's not like Breguet or Nomos where you have this very intentionally extended lugs that comport towards a certain style, but I don't think they're as stubby as you think, because I've seen a few different versions of this watch. I've never thought of it in that way.
Yeah. Also, what's exacerbating the stubbiness is the reflections that make it look like the lug is shorter than it actually is, because the reflections are creating shadows that actually make the lugs look even shorter.
Okay, maybe we can close this, because it will help me close it with what Gen G is mentioning there, because that will help me pay tribute to someone else that I collaborated with before, and someone I met in person at Watch Time NYC. This is Dr. Sanders, Bill Sanders, who does have the jump hour watch that Gen G is talking about. It's also a dual time watch. Van Cleef and Arpels. It's called Heure d'ici et Heure d'ailleurs, the time here and the time elsewhere. It has a retrograde minute hand, and it has 2 apertures for the hours in 2 different time zones. A very classic dress watch design, round case with T-bar style lugs, which Cartier calls Vendôme lugs. A very unique movement, though.
With retrograde minutes.
Yeah, that was designed by Agenor. And again, you know, that I really like the design as an idea to begin with. I don't know what to think about that excessively stylized font for the branding of the watch, vis-a-vis also the brand that is at the center dial. But again, it's a very unique approach to jump hour and the travel watch or time zone watch or GMT watch, whatever you want to call it. And I like the case too. The movement itself doesn't look too shabby either. I don't know if Bill of Watch Art Sci has a picture of the movement somewhere as well. Okay, not here, perhaps. But that's Bill Sanders of Watch Art Sci, who has this unique jump hour piece by Van Cleef and Arpels, with a movement made by Agenor. Which, of course, is the movement company that was established by Jean-Marc Wiederrecht, providing all sorts of complications to some of these prestige brands. I think it's a platinum watch, if I'm not mistaken. And it's not a bad deal the last time I checked, on whenever it crops up on the secondary market, but there are not too many of them going around. So you have to be patient in seeking out something like this. But yeah, ABNS, I agree with you. It's not the dial design itself, like the execution itself. I'm not sure if I'm quite on board with it, but you know, 2 distinct jump hours, retrograde minutes, even the guilloche design at the center. Those are all cool elements. Maybe it's just the choice of fonts that irritates me a little. That might be it.
It's odd.
Well, I really appreciate your time, OC.
It's been fun. It's been fun, Brando.
It's been a lot of fun.
4 hours.
I hope you come back, even though
I will.
You know, the last goal we couldn't reach. Anyways, again, I think people have reacted to this in a
people have
way.
upvoted in droves. 66 upvotes.
I had more viewers than I had for the longest time, and actually for good reason, right? It wasn't for drama. It wasn't because some other channel funneled viewers to me at the end of their own very popular stream. It was value and audience generated by you joining and by the substance of the content we created together. So I really appreciate that. And again, people who contributed behind the scenes, people who have given super chats, super stickers, we really appreciate that. Anything that you wrote in the chats, except for the very nasty and vicious comments by certain ones of you, we appreciate those. And again, whatever you think about this particular episode or any future collaborations between OC and young Brandoc, please feel free to leave it in the comments, write about it, cry about it, whine about it, demand it. It's up to you. But for now, we'll have to say goodbye.
Thanks for having me on. It's been an amazing time, and let's do it again soon. And guys, upvote the live stream. This is your last chance to super chat. Any super chat that comes in the next 30 seconds will extend the show by 5 minutes. How about that?
Why not? Why not?
So
we will do that.
Act quickly. Any size super chat. Just start immediately entering your super chat now. Within in the next 30 seconds, if it gets processed,
I will even dance like my favorite politician.
Like your favorite. What was your polling place, by the way?
You want my social security number as well?
No. I'm just wondering. Like, was it in a library? Was it in a city hall? Where where was it? Okay, mine was in a library.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Library.
They ran out of stickers, Brando. They ran out of stickers.
The stickers are for only certain type of voters, anyways. Happy early birthday to YB. Thank you, Sean. $4.99. That means we are going for a little longer. Yeah, it's
How old you have a birthday coming up?
Yeah, I have a November birthday. I'm a big Scorpio. That's why I love Drake. And even if he loses the next 2-3 beefs that he gets in, I'll still love him. I'm one of the feels.
Yeah, shout out to Brando's 35th birthday, guys, coming up. Don't reveal the date. You'll dox yourself.
40th. I wish it was, but I mean, you see, OC, you're too much. You are.
If it's your 40th, that means you should have gone to your 80 2 years ago and planted seeds. Like, hey, my 40th is coming up. In 2024. I'm really excited about maybe adding this to my collection. It's funny because I was talking with the people about one of the 80s about getting a Nautilus, right?
But I have said this. Except no one is buying me a jumbo or even giving me an allocation for one. Except again, Eric very kindly offered a very good deal on one. Not something that he wouldn't offer to any of his other customers, by the way. But he gave me first dibs on a 15202. Except it wasn't the early I series which preserved the monoblock case. And the funny thing that Eric does is they have a podcast where they talk about vintage watches between Eric Wind and Charlie Dunn. So the two head honchos that make Wind Vintage. And there, whenever he has the story of an obnoxious customer, he makes this funny voice. So I said, okay, I'm going to send you my response on this particular example. Please read it in your funny voice. So I rejected it on the basis that it wasn't early enough. It wasn't original enough. it wasn't the monoblock case construction, which, by the way, 5711, the modern iteration of the Nautilus Jumbo, already eliminated.
Yeah, but the 5811 goes back to it, right?
Which is cool. Which,
Yeah,
I
which is
mean,
cool.
at least they're giving some added value with that watch, with the additional exclusivity of it being white gold and still extremely desirable, of course.
Yeah, but I was joking around with my Patek Philippe AD about the Nautilus, and we
Yeah,
were talking
what
about
about it?
the excuses that people come up with, you know, to try and, because we were talking about balancing the need to satisfy longtime customers, loyal customers, VIP clients with huge spend history. They buy hundreds of thousands in jewelry versus trying to attract or appeal to first time buyers or relatively young buyers. And so,
Right.
you know, when I started getting into watches, I used that card. Hey, I'm coming up on my 50th birthday. I'd like to think about building a small collection to, you know, celebrate that. And we were talking about that specific example, and he goes, yeah, we have people that come in and say, like, for my 50th birthday, I'd like to get a Nautilus. And his joke in retort is something like, well, that's great. How old are you now? 45? In other words, if you if you want, you're going to be waiting a long time. You should have come to me a lot sooner.
Now I get also your earlier joke as well. Well,
Yeah.
look, yeah, I get it. I get it. It's again, for me, and again, this is not the doing or the practice of one brand over another. I much prefer situations where there's a little bit of transparency and a clearer path towards the end goal. And that end goal has to be at least exactly what the customer wants, right? If it's going to be like today's AP, where they say, okay, buy this extremely undesirable watch that trends way below the price tag on the secondary market, for $60,000, say this is a Royal Oak offshore chronograph that looks horrendously big on my wrist, that is otherwise a fine watch, if a little on the overpriced side at the retail. And then you will buy a Code 1159, again, probably not the more desirable perpetual calendar or the star wheel pieces. Again, not necessarily more desirable to me because I think it's a piece of shit design to begin with. So whatever complication you stuff inside it isn't going to change that simple fact. But you will get a time only or chronograph Code 1159, probably one of those that they have a harder time to get rid of. And then as your third watch, we might give you a Royal Oak, though it can never be the size you want with the dial color you want. It will have to be whatever we give you. So if the path to what you want is so circuitous and tortuous and doesn't actually get to exactly where you want to be, I detest it. And there are a lot of brands and a lot of boutiques, a lot of authorized dealers who play that game. And then there are others who have a more clearer picture of what they're asking from you and what watches they bundle together and whatever else. That, as detestable as it is as a practice, is at least clear cut, right? If someone tells me, hey, I can't get you that for 40, but 45, that's fine. And in the meantime, you will buy this, 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 and this, and you will get exactly this at the end. I'm not completely averse to that. I still think it's an unrealistic practice. I think it alienates a lot of the genuine collectors, motivates others to buy and flip watches that they didn't want in the first place, litters the market with a lot of undesirable, unsellable, unlovable shit. It's not good. It's not good for the hobby. Waste is not good for our human existence on this world in an extended period of time. So,
and you never get that. You never get that kind of transparency, because their job is to extract as much lifetime customer value from you as possible. So that means always presenting you pieces that you may not, after all. So their job is to, sell you as many pieces as they can that you can absorb, and also balancing. It's like you've requested a desirable piece, so they offer you one that's slightly less desirable to see if you'll take that one, because it alleviates the pressure for them to allocate the more desirable one to somebody who's higher up the food chain. Just it's tough business allocating pieces when they're in limited supply.
I would sympathize with that if we actually had sales associates that are knowledgeable, that stick to the script, that stay in the industry, not necessarily with the same company, but that stay in the industry for 5 years, a decade, 2. We don't have that anymore. These people cycle in and out of these jobs. They are in luxury sales. They might be selling Goyard one day, Tiffany other day, and turn up as your new Rolex sales associate or Vacheron watch consultant the next day. So, I'm sorry. When it comes to having sympathy with workers, I have sympathy with workers who do manual labor, who wait tables, who wash dishes.
Not me.
I have sympathy with people who run small businesses. I don't have sympathy for the hardship luxury sales associates face. I'm sorry. I'm happy to help them with their job if they want to help me, help me help you kind of way. But they're not struggling. That's not a struggle. That's just you are doing a job, right? Every job has its challenges. If it's a challenge of allocating one watch to one customer over another, I mean, go and do some Excel sheets. If you don't want human contact in your relationship, if you don't want human factor in the job that you do.
Yeah, most of the sales associates are good people good people pleasers. They try. I mean,
sorry. I thought you said most of them are good people. That's why I reacted that way. Like,
good people. They try to be people pleasers. I mean,
I didn't say they're bad people. I was gonna say, but I mean.
Sean says he noticed that you did say that your Patek Philippe 3450 was your birth year watch, and he picked up on it, and I didn't pick up on it. So there you go.
Yeah, that particular one wasn't. Sean, you're
he was
smarter.
Listening. I was ignoring you. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention.
I wasn't trying to make someone buy it for me either. But yes, it was 1984. Kino Pravda, $10. Glad to have you back, YB, and glad to be back, in this company too. And Sean, $1.99, YB plus OC, Brandock. Great
Brandock.
Thank you, Chance. Yeah.
I think they extended the show for another 5 minutes unknowingly.
They did.
There you go. Now you're stuck with us for another 5 minutes, guys.
Why not? OC. So yeah, you are gonna continue with your valiant defense of sales associates, particularly the ones at your AD, I assume.
Some of them are crooked as hell. A lot of them are crooked. Especially I was about to name a brand, but that would have gotten me in trouble. But there are brands that are and boutiques that are famous for having fired their directors for receiving money under the table.
Right.
One of the tactics that they commonly used is, "Hey, I'd like to take you with me. I'm going to Miami for a big meetup. So we'll just have you fly out, and we'll pay for your ticket." And the sales associate says, Sure, no problem." And then, so you're going to stay 2 nights, and then at the last minute, the client suddenly calls and says, "Oh, unfortunately, I won't be able to make it. Be a real shame for these tickets to go to waste. Why don't you bring a companion with you, and you can enjoy the weekend on your own?" And the sales associate goes, "Oh, well, I guess. I mean, that's such a terrible thing but I'm sure there's somebody that I could bring. Such a hardship, but
Wait,
yeah, I'll bring."
is this a sting operation, or do people actually do this?
Oh, this is, of course, that's how it's done. Other than the envelopes full of cash,
Right.
then it's
That's a
usually,
method that I have heard many times about. But
yeah, the envelopes full of cash are one thing. The gift cards are another.
I love this. Yeah, look, sometimes I get my seasonal shearing, other times I don't. If you think my arms are hairy, um, let's hope
Yeah,
I never have to take my shirt off
yeah. Don't imagine the rest of them.
in a live stream. I have, by the way, if you guys go back to the archives into that one stream on the Archie Luxury channel where I literally stripped half naked, just my torso, of course, on a live stream for money. You're welcome to do that archival search. Maybe AI can do it for you. I was in even better shape then, and I had the reasonable my shearing done reasonably.
Manscaping. Yeah,
Yeah,
you were reasonably manscaped.
reasonably recently. So I looked like quite a specimen. Right now I look like some sort of beastly Jewish version of Austin Powers, if I were to take my shirt off.
Guys, if you want to see a Brando strip for super chats, maybe that can be incorporated into a future live stream.
Yeah, not this one. We have done well. Let's not ruin this stream. Otherwise, I have no problem taking my clothes off, for money. Those of you who are already subscribed to my OnlyFans know that. So no problem. But since OC is such distinguished company, we won't have me strip on a live show on YouTube. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby. I manscape my arms probably once every maybe 4 weeks. Once every 4 weeks, I'll trim it down.
Why not? I mean, whatever floats your boat. For me, again, it's like I have so much hair everywhere, except on the top of my head, of course. Which, thank you, God. It's like, why would I just like, where do I start? Where do I end? That's what I don't know. Do you understand me? I mean, otherwise, sure, trim your arm hair. But for me, why stop there? Then where do I go from there? It's a big problem.
Yeah.
Van Lux says $20 is $20. Not for $20, honestly. Like, if you want me to take my shirt off on my own stream, you'll have to pay much more than that. But yeah, I was thinking, actually, I remember this when I first got monetized on my channel. I was gonna make my brand around bare-chested watch reviews, and then I decided that would probably bring out a different kind of crowd than watch enthusiasts. So I decided against it. Hopefully
Smart move.
for the better. Yeah. Hopefully for the better.
Guys, we got two more minutes remaining. If we'll extend the show for another 5 minutes for another super chat. Why? Because we got nothing else to do.
Well, I mean, I could pee finally after like 4 hours and a half.
That's not allowed.
To do.
There's still 20 people watching and 67 upvotes. Guys, if you're just tuning in now, be sure to like the live stream. Let's get to 70 likes. Let's see if it's even possible to get to 70 upvotes on the live stream.
It might
get
be
close.
It might be because maybe there are still people out there who have not yet dropped the like.
Is it possible? And by the way, do you have memberships on this channel?
Yeah, like remember Basil gifted 5 memberships.
Oh, that's right.
Earlier?
That's right. Congratulations, yeah, again to Fat Windbag Ben for.
Oh, so like I mean, that was that was something I always enjoyed, because usually when someone gifted memberships, you would be in the chat and you would get one of the.
I know. I'm gonna renew my membership.
No, you don't have to. Will it be the first time you pay out of pocket?
Maybe. Could be. 20 people. 20 people, yeah.
20
All right,
people.
guys, 1 minute remaining. Any super chat will extend the show for 5 minutes. Super chat, big boy.
Super chat. Look, as Basil is showing off, being a member of the channel. You can't see it on this one, of course, but in the YouTube chat, you will see gives you these custom emojis that Mookie was very kind to prepare for me at some point. We should add to those. Supposedly, I was supposed to add Ali's likeness, but I don't know. I didn't want to bother Mookie with more free work. OC, as you see, I'm just learning the ropes. Mm-hmm. I made you work for me for free for 4 hours and a half.
You manipulated me into it.
Actually, someone told me that you manipulated me into hating someone else. You don't remember that lovely encounter we had in Los Angeles, and Tim told me literally behind my back, because I had turned my back towards him, that, oh, you hate me now because OC told you to hate me. I thought you were manipulating me.
Thought it was a joke.
That was? It wasn't a good joke. I wasn't laughing.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. It is crazy. I mean, look, it's strange. Again, I think it's simply because some people don't. Oh, Basil's bezels, $1.99. Thumbs up, super sticker. And Van Lex says, I left my wallet in my car. Van Lex is amazing, by the way. I mean, he's a comedian. Makes me laugh, certainly.
All right, so the show is now extended until 12:37 East Coast time.
Wristwatch check. Let's use Basil's super sticker for Van Lux's request. We have seen what you were wearing, so pull out something that's still at hand that we haven't seen.
All right, I'll pull out
if
something.
you have something.
I have something else here, sure.
Because you have showed your King Midas, your Texan, your Patek annual calendar with that beautiful white gold blue dial baguette cut diamonds. And there we go. We have the Daytona
with the baguette cut diamonds. This is rose gold with the sun dust baguette dial on the Oyster Flex bracelet. Still has the thought I had the sticker. Oh, it still has the sticker on the case back. See that green thing?
Nice.
There you go. Diamonds, baby. Rose gold.
Look, I mean, it's for me. I'll never understand why people. Maybe they are not even, but there is at least a loud contingent within the collectors community who have an aversion to any kind of gem setting on a man's watch. But I think baguette cut diamonds as our markers, as you have shown previously on your 5396G, and now you're showing it in your pink gold Daytona. I think that's, I don't know, that's just a very elegant and non-luminous way of rendering the hour markers. It doesn't look out of place.
Van Lux wants to see the King Midas. Here's the King Midas in the
Bespoke one-of-one
bespoke in here.
Very nice.
Here's the Midas. King Midas. There it is. Value for money. And that wasn't even a super chat, Van Lux.
Super chat.
Super chat, big boy.
And I was wearing my Submariner. It's the 5513 on the ratty NATO strap that I wear it on in most instances. Classic.
Nice.
No date sub, 2-liner, meters first.
Let me ask you a question about the bezel, because every time I've seen the 5513, the bezels look gray blue.
Yeah.
That is the intended OEM color of the bezel. No?
I would, that's how God intended it. That's sometimes you see, of course, OEM stuff in terms of spare parts and everything where these things come out of the box. Of course, it's a much darker shade of black. It's anodized aluminum, but it's a very rich black that almost looks like lacquered black, I want to say, in the original. But as you know, one of the reasons they came up with ceramic bezels or ceramic bezel inserts is that element of agelessness, of remaining, for the most part, unblemished and unaltered over time. Aluminum bezels are the opposite. You know, whether we are talking about dive timing bezels or 24-hour bezels in the bicolor configuration that GMT master bezels a lot of times come in, they change colors, they fade. You know, sometimes, in fact, they have certain production defects that make, in short time, the reds turn into fuchsia, right? You have some of those in terms of GMT masters of old. So in the same way. And obviously, the particular shade of the NATO strap that I use in slate gray brings that out even more, right? So it's not the original color, it's not the intended color, but it looks so much better. In
Yep.
fact, one of the best compliments I got about this watch was, is that a Tudor? Which was redeeming both for the Tudor project and for how much character that these pieces get over the years. This is a watch that's older than I am. That's one thing that I always marvel. You know, when I have watches, especially this one, right? You know, this means something else altogether. But when I have a watch that's older than I am and that's still functioning as it was intended, my tri-compacts is similar in this sense, even though I don't have a intergenerational personal connection to that watch. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be 40 years old. This watch is already at least 45. Yeah. That's, I mean, yeah, I don't even know what to do with that fact. Not 45, by the way. I meant to say 55 because it's a late 60s piece. It's incredible.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lucky bastard who's in Philadelphia has a 5513 and
With a
very
nice
similar.
Jubilee bracelet as well, which I kind of like. I think it looks like a monstrosity when people retrofit Jubilee bracelets into modern Submariners. I think it looks awful. And by modern, I literally mean the current production models, because I've seen it done. Doesn't work. But for vintage Tudor subs, for 4-digit Rolex subs, I think it's a great look. I love wearing this on a leather strap that's colored very similarly, actually, that has like kind of a graphite gray color. I think that's a very nice, distinguished look as well. Obviously, I love wearing it on its riveted oyster bracelet, but I already had it restored once. I'm not planning to send it back to Hong Kong anytime soon, so I wear it on spare occasions. It's a great watch, man. I mean, it's, I think I would be happy if I had to scale everything down and just live with this watch. I think I will survive it. I'll survive it with a heavy heart, but I will survive it.
And on that sentimental note,
all right, guys, remember again, you leave your thoughts about this collaboration, even about the future of this collaboration in terms of what shape or form it might take, what kind of content you want from us. You can add all of that in the comments after the live stream ends, and this time it will end, even if you give a very generous super chat. So we will say goodbye. I want to say thank you again for each and every one of you who contributed to the chat, especially those of you who contributed to the channel, who gave your support, showed your support behind the scenes. And I want to thank, of course, OC for generously giving his time and sharing his passion for and knowledge of watches with me here. We'll see you in the next one. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, wear and enjoy your watches. Take care, guys.
peace out. Good night, everybody.